Hello. Good.
Terima kasih kepada para peserta dan hadirin yang telah memasuki ruangan. Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, kita akan memulai acaranya kembali, yaitu akan ada beberapa demo, yaitu demo mengenai Brompton LED prosesor, demo mengenai KeyCast AI, demo mengenai Aximmetry virtual production, demo mengenai event and broadcast virtual production, demo mengenai image based tracking, dan portal window teleportation with Ali Erdogan. Baik, demo pertama akan bisa langsung dimulai, yaitu demo mengenai Brompton LED processor that will be presented by Luke Hartford from Brompton UK. Please welcome Mr. Luke Hartford. Kami serahkan kepada operator karena acara ini akan berlangsung secara remote atau virtual. Terima kasih.
Kepada para peserta, agar bisa lebih jelas untuk melihat demo, mungkin bisa mengisi kursi di bagian depan. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, my apologies I couldn't be in Jakarta today. But I'm here to talk to you about Brompton technology, our LED screen processors, and what they add for virtual production. Oh, perfect. So to get straight into things, basically Brompton designs a range of LED screen processors. And let me just find the right diagram. That is definitely not the right diagram. Basically, as LED has been used more and more in virtual production and for XR applications, the requirements for those LED panels, particularly how they're controlled and how they're managed. Sorry. You might not be able to hear me. Okay, you can hear me. My apologies. So no, this video feed does not have audio. But basically, as LED has been used in virtual production and has been used in XR, the requirements for how the LED screen is managed, particularly on camera, have become a lot more stringent. Now, what role Brompton plays in a virtual production system is it sits between essentially a media source, so Aximmetry, a game engine, a media server, anything that can output a video signal over something like HDMI or DisplayPort. The processor will then take that in, process it, so run it through a set of color corrections or give users the tools to manage how color looks on the LED, and then output that to LED panels that the processor controls. Now, there's two components of the system. The first, and the one that most people are more familiar with, are the actual processors. These processors basically have multiple video inputs. So, for example, on a SX40 processor, of which we have hundreds driving stages around the world, we could take video inputs from HDMI 2.0, so a 4K video feed from, say, a graphics card. Internally, we process that, and then we output it a signal using our own protocol to LED panels. That protocol is one that we've written, and it allows us to send stuff like video information, synchronization, controls for things like screen brightness over a network. The second component that we make is a little less obvious, but it's something called a receiver card. Now, the processor can take the video input, process that with things like color adjustments, making sure each LED panel shows the right part of the image. But we also need a receiver card that is inside the LED panel, which then controls all of the hardware inside the LED panel. Having our own receiver card allows us to control both sides of the system, so both the processor, but then also controlling the LED panels, down to a level where we're controlling when LEDs are turned on and off, for example. So these receiver cards are built into LED panels by our partners, who will make different types of LED panels for different uses. Brompton obviously does a lot of work in LED on camera applications like virtual production, XR broadcast, but we also, as you can see from the teaser reel, do actually see our products used quite a lot in live events, so concert touring, music, and also corporate, so AGM meetings, product launches, car shows, things like that. That sort of covers the two main products that we make in terms of the processors that users will be familiar with, and the receiver cards that most customers will be more familiar with the LED panels, but they actually allow us to control those LED panels at a very minute level. How does this actually look? So, for example, what is actually in a processor? When we first experienced, okay, that's not. when we first experienced travel restrictions with COVID, we actually transitioned towards a remote training platform. It's essentially allow us to continue to demonstrate and educate users on our products, even though in a lot of cases we couldn't necessarily travel to see them. What we're doing with this system today is actually demonstrating a processor to you. So in our London office, we have a system set up with LED panels, some processors, a camera, and software that allows us to show combinations of things like the processor software. The actual view of the LED panels is seen by a red Komodo in the office. And in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a broader picture of our demonstration room to actually start showing you what a Brompton processor is actually capable of. So this view that we're looking at now is essentially our main project view. And this is the sort of view that most users, when they are working with the processors, will spend most of their time in. How it's laid out is designed to try and make the processor as easy to use as possible, but also to then make sure that interesting settings and features are not buried in submenus. Across the top, we have a video pipeline. This follows the flow of video through the processor. So we have our video inputs with previews. We then run that through a processing section, which includes scaler for adjusting the actual size of the image, or upscaling, say HD to 4K, or downscaling 4K to a LED screen that might not be exactly 4K in resolution. We then have a set of color management features. So we have a color replace that allows us to take one color from the video input and change it to another. If you're working in projects where you may have corporate branding for advertisement, or certain objects or colors on the LED screen that need to look exactly right. We have seen this used, some of our clients have used this, for example, where shooting commercials for brands, the brand wants to tweak exactly how the color of a brand logo looks in camera. We have a 14-way color corrector, which again allows us to adjust in the darker and brighter parts of the image, the amount of red, green, and blue. This can be quite useful if you want to, for example, remove, say, a little bit of green from the darker parts of the image. These controls can be used creatively as well. So we have 12 bands of color across the visible spectrum. So red, green, blue, through to purple and pink. And for each band, we have a hue, saturation, and brightness controls. So if you're working with something like plates or backplates for like a driving scene, for example, where you shot footage and are now playing it back on the LED screen, you can really start to color adjust how the colors in that video or that backplate look on the LED. We have a curves feature. Essentially works exactly the same way that curves does in every other piece of software that manages color, like DaVinci Resolve, Adobe, Photoshop, and essentially allows you to adjust how linearly brightness is displayed on the LED screen, and support for 3D LUTs to import them and apply them to video inputs. This does also tie in the processor features and extensive API. So there are some pieces of software like Pembukaan Live Grade, which is designed for color grading cameras in real time on set, that can then also start to drive LUTs into the processors, allowing colorists or digital imaging technicians on shoots to actually adjust how color looks in the processor and on the LED screen from the tool they're using to color grade cameras with all of the terminology and settings they're used to. Additionally, Brompton has put quite a lot of effort into developing features to make LED easier to work with on camera. Of course, the big one is, for us, would be Genlock. Our processors have always had Genlock. The company is just over 10 years, our first processor shipped just over 10 years ago. And I've worked for the company for 10 years. We've always had Genlock in the processors to help ensure that the processors and the LED panels are synchronized with other pieces of equipment, such as cameras, very much cameras in a virtual production XR case. We also have additional features, some of which like shutter sync. One of the biggest issues we have seen with using LED panels on camera is that cinema cameras, even broadcast cameras, are never really designed to work with with LED screens. It's still a relatively new phenomenon. Virtual production has exploded in interest and adoption over the last 3, 4, maybe even 5 years. But the camera technologies in things like cinema cameras were just never really designed to do this. Previously, this has created situations where a creative would be limited in how they could configure the camera, because if it was not configured in one of a couple of different ways, you would start to see effects on the LED panels caused by the fact that the camera and the LED panels are not properly synchronized. What shutter sync allows us to do is, I'm just trying to find the page. With shutter sync, we can essentially tell the processor and the LED panels how the camera is configured. So for example, if the camera is shooting at a 178.2 degree shutter angle, we can actually tell the processor and the LED panels that the camera is shooting at that shutter angle. Additionally, if there are different types of sensors in the camera, so roll-in, sensor, or global sensor, we can also tell the processor that. And the processor, in conjunction with the LED panels, can then start to adjust how they show video to better suit the camera. Without doing this, as you can see in this preview video, this video was actually shot on a stage in London. The left side and right side are controlled by 2 different processors. The left side does not have shutter sync, and you can see particularly on the front of the cabinets, exactly where it's highlighted, scanline artifacts, that because the camera and LED panels are not properly synchronized, you start to get these bright and dark lines. Unfortunately, you can't really shoot with those. Replacing them in post would be a nightmare, unless you want to rotoscope all your footage, which, face it, it's very expensive. With shutter sync on the right-hand side, same camera, same LED screen, but with the LED panels tweaked and adjusted to better match the camera, we don't actually have the same bright and dark lines caused by the camera and the LED screen being out of sync. We also additionally, if I just scoot back to the processor, we also additionally have support for more on-camera focused features. So, for example, we have support for frame remapping. Frame remapping allows us to take a video input into the processor, but then when we output the video output to the LED panels, we can either show different parts of the video input in sequence. So maybe in a video input, we have a feed for a piece of content we want to show on the LED screen for our left-hand side camera, for our first camera, and on the right-hand side, we have the second camera. Or if you want to add things like color frames, if you want to shoot one camera, seeing our feed or in-camera VFX, and a second as a backup with a color background, we can actually interleave those on the LED panels. Now, how this looks, if I go to the room, is that you can see it on our LED screen. And I will say that this camera is a cheap webcam. It's not the best, but it's representative, more or less. We can see that there is a video feed, but also an overlay of green. Now, for our red Komodo, sorry, I have pressed the wrong thing. Just panels. Our red Komodo is only taking the video feed that's shown on the LED screen, or the frames that are showing the video input on the LED screen. We're not actually seeing the green frames. And with some careful setup in terms of configuring multiple cameras with things like gen lock and phase offsetting, and careful adjustment of the exposure times and how long the shutters are open for, we can essentially have multiple cameras look at the same LED screen, but see completely different things. And this could be cameras seeing their own inner frustum, where the engine will take the tracking data from the camera and adjust what's shown on the LED screen to match, or being able to shoot, cameras that see in-camera VFX on the LED screen, and another camera that might see a chroma color like a green, a blue, whatever. It's entirely user definable. Either to act as a safety net or to shoot multiple cameras for creative purposes. I think I have just hit my 20 minutes. And this might be a good point to stop before I go much further into a demonstration. I think. Oh, I still have 5 minutes. Fantastic. My apologies. So yes. Additionally, in terms of virtual production focus features, particularly ones that are easy to show over a web stream, we have additionally added support for being able to embed tracking markers into video content shown on LED panels. So for example, in this firmware version, we have support for showing Moses star tracker markers on the LED. This can be useful if you're working in spaces where putting the reflective stickers on a flat surface can be difficult. So if you have a very big roof over the top of a LED volume, you can't put the stickers on the floor, but they'll get rubbed up and damaged. Or you can try put them on the LED panels. It does work, but it has other effects. What we can actually do with the processor is embed those tracking markers into the footage that's shown on the LED panels. Additionally, using the frame remapping, we can also, embed the tracking markers only in certain frames. So for example, if you are shooting in a volume with an LED roof, the tracking markers, you want your tracking camera, you want your Moses star tracker to see those markers, but you don't want them to show up in things like reflections. So if you have somebody wearing sunglasses is a quite interesting one. It's the one I use for demonstrations. But anything that's reflective, so cars, for example, are great for this. You don't want those tracking markers to be visible to your production camera. So using frame remapping, you can actually have frames with some careful setup of your camera that you're production camera, your cinema camera will see, and then frames that it won't see that actually have the tracking markers embedded as well, just to give people more options where they are running or working in large volumes. Scooting on. Let me just turn this off. I'm keeping a focus on virtual production focused features. So again, with virtual production, the demands from the LED panels in terms of quality can be quite high. Digital cinema cameras can be particularly unforgiving in terms of spotting poor performance on LED screens. One thing that we have worked on extensively as a company has been low brightness performance. LED panels, even in live events, but definitely for virtual production or on camera, can be used at very low brightness levels to avoid overexposing the camera. What Brompton has done to make the most of the low brightness performance has, over the course of several years, developed low brightness focused features. The first is Dark Magic. Let me just find the right page. Dark Magic is designed to essentially, where LED panels are used at low brightness, you can start to get effects like seeing different brightness levels as visible steps instead of a nice smooth gradient. Dark Magic can add some randomized noise that can help break up that. They can help break up those bands and give you a nice smooth looking image. The second is extended bit depth. Extended bit depth is a new feature. We've only just released it till end of next year. Depending on the capabilities of the panel and through some changes that we've made to how we control the LED panels, we can essentially achieve additional bit depth for the grayscale of a panel. This means that when a panel tries to show an image from 0 to maximum brightness, there are more individual steps that we can use to render that image. What this means is you can have much smaller steps, much smaller differences in between individual steps, and that can improve things like your low brightness performance, where you will, with Dark Magic, get additional visual performance. So things like you get more detail in the darker parts of the image. And that can also then help in tandem with Dark Magic, where if you are shooting an LED screen with the camera at a relatively high exposure level, that you have more latitude and room to make adjustment before you start to see things like noise on the LED screen. And I now do think I've just hit my 25 minutes. Well, let me double check. So I think that is the end of my slot. Unless you guys just want me to keep going. So a lot of these technologies that Brompton has worked on, some of them, like shutter sync, frame remapping, have been designed to fix problems with using LED on camera. Now, no, I can't. I'm sorry if I'm talking over you, Lois. That's very rude of me.
No worries. Thanks a lot, Luke. It was good having you here and explaining to us all everything about Brompton, the LED processor, and the functionalities.
Thank you for inviting me. And again, my apologies, I couldn't be there in person. I never like to miss an opportunity to go to Jakarta.
Don't worry, we'll bring you here in October for the summit.
I can't wait to eat sambal.
Okay.
With
great.
other stuff, of course.
Thanks a lot. We're going to
Okay.
let you go and get the other speaker in.
Okay.
Thanks, Luke.
Okay.
Right then, bye.
All right, have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you Mr. Luke Harford from the Brompton UK for the demonstration about Brompton LED processors. Demonstrasi yang kedua akan dibawakan oleh tim dari Mfalme Studio mengenai KeyCast AI. Kepada tim Mfalme Studio kami persilahkan.
Tes, oke. Oke semuanya, sebelum kita lanjut ke Aximmetry ini mau nyelip sedikit tentang salah satu software baru yang mungkin Oke, sip. So, software yang mau kita share hari ini namanya KeyCast. Sekarang kan kemarin rame virtual production ya, apalagi gara-gara pandemi kan event-event offline susah gitu kan, semuanya ke online, ke virtual production dan sebagainya. Nah sekarang kan mulai ke istilahnya mulai hybrid ya jatuhnya ya, udah mulai boleh lagi acara-acara offline tapi ya tetaplah pakai streaming gitu, sayang udah ada acara offline tapi nggak di streamingin. So mungkin arahnya sekarang lebih ke hybrid ya. Nah dengan KeyCast ini dia adalah sebuah software yang simple sih, fungsinya cuma satu, itu adalah dia bisa keying atau masking talent secara real time tanpa green screen. So mungkin ini bisa berguna untuk teman-teman yang ada acara hybrid, kan? Ada acara hybrid, tapi tetap ingin menambah bumbu-bumbu yang seru gitu ya kepada acara tersebut untuk audiens yang di streaming ataupun mungkin ke LED. So mungkin bisa dicontohkan, udah ya, fitnya udah ya? Udah, oke. So, mau muncul sini nggak bisa ya? Kamal itu ke layar? Bapak Gary? Bapak. Sambil nunggu gambarnya muncul, mungkin bahas sedikit tentang teknisnya ya. So teknisnya adalah dari output kamera itu kita tarik SDI dan SDI-nya masuk ke sebuah PC. Nah PC-nya ini agak unik karena harus menggunakan Ubuntu, jadi bukan kayak ya PC Windows terus tinggal diinstal. agak ribet, jadi memang butuh PC yang dedicated untuk software ini. Dan memang ini PC-nya hanya kita gunakan untuk KeyCast, udah itu aja. Jadi gambarnya masuk dan dia akan menggunakan AI, jadi si engine-nya ini akan berusaha, dia sudah kayak memiliki banyak data dan kira-kira dia harus cari tahu apa yang harus di-keying dan apa yang enggak. So pastinya software-nya ada limitasi-limitasinya. Sama dengan green screen ya, kita kalau menggunakan green screen terus kita pakai baju hijau sama ya, akan tembus ya. Nah sama kalau misalnya gue pakai kaos hitam nih sekarang, saya pakai kaos hitam terus di belakang ada gambar warna hitam juga gitu kan, AI-nya akan bingung gitu, dia mesti di-keying atau enggak, bagian mana yang bagian dari baju, mana yang enggak. Jadi walaupun tidak menggunakan green screen, bisa dilihat nih agak-agak grepes, tapi yang bagian atas tidak. Jadi tetap talentnya harus kontras dengan backgroundnya, walaupun tidak menggunakan green screen. Kalau enggak, mabok dia. Dia nggak tahu yang mana yang harus dihilangin, mana yang enggak. Contohnya ini bisa digunakan seperti apa adalah, mungkin boleh di real fit-nya dulu. Pastinya teman-teman ini semua yang pernah mengadakan event, harus ada nyanyi Indonesia Raya dulu, ya kan? Di awal tuh pasti ada berdiri dulu, Indonesia Raya dulu. Nah mungkin bisa ada efek-efek seperti ini gitu, pas Indonesia Raya, ya kan? Entah siapa MC-nya atau apa, tiba-tiba ada lagu Indonesia Raya gitu, atau ada benderanya muncul ketika Indonesia Raya. Ini untuk full replace background ya. Tapi bisa juga misalnya menggunakan ya, boleh tes. Ini lebih ke menggunakan grafis-grafis, masking. Bisa ada tulisan-tulisan, jadi intinya yang mungkin tadinya hanya feed biasa, bisa ditambahin statistik, motion, dan sebagainya. Jadi ya sisanya tinggal sesuai kreatif teman-teman lah, bagian konten lah, mau seperti apa gitu kan. Terus bisa mungkin ada special effect, contohnya kayak boleh di pesawat atau apa gitu lewat. Ya, itu seperti itu. Atau mungkin logo dan sebagainya. So, itulah KeyCast. Kalau misalnya ada yang tertarik atau ada pertanyaan, boleh nanya. Untuk softwarenya memang demanding, itu makanya kita di sini itu lebih nge-push sebenarnya untuk rental by event ya. Tadi sempat bilang juga, jadi mungkin teman-teman ada yang punya event dan mau jalan event terus ya itu pengen upsell, do something different, bisa calling kita bantu dengan sistemnya, operatornya segala macam. Kira-kira seperti itu. Ada pertanyaan? Kah? Gak ada? No? Ada. Tapi saya nggak tahu dapat hadiah apa enggak nih. Oh gitu.
Jadi beliau ini udah 30 tahun di PFN ini.
Oke. Wah, udah knowledge-nya udah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Nama saya Otong. Saya asli karyawan PFN dari dulu. Nah, yang saya tanyakan dengan XR ini kan istilahnya makin wow ya, makin real semua gitu istilahnya. Dari segi apa istilahnya background segala macam. Tapi yang saya tanyakan cuma begini, karena saya sering berhadapan dengan orang-orang tim PH, orang lokasi segala macam gitu kan. Bahkan saya pernah nanya ke orang AD, saya bilang di PFN udah tersedia AD XR, saya bilang kan. Langsung jawab dia, wah mahal kata Pak Otong, berapa di PFN? Saya bilang budgetnya 150 juta maaf, per hari 150 juta. Andai kata sehari 150 juta, 10 hari aja udah ketahuan, 1, miliar, ya. Sedangkan budget film di Indonesia kebanyakan web series. Berapa hari web series? Paling seminggu. Ya. Sedangkan budget untuk film layar lebar di atas 70 miliar. Dan saya belum pernah dengar film di Indonesia setinggi 100 miliar. Belum pernah dengar. Ada yang pernah dengar gak 100 miliar? Film terbesar aja yang sekarang yang terkenal Kadek 1947. Itu syutingnya di, saya dengar dari teman-teman saya di apa namanya? Seberang itu. Pokoknya itulah ada yang studio besar, studio modern. Nah itu paling habis berapa miliar gitulah istilahnya. Nah yang saya tanyakan, apakah gitu istilahnya orang-orang Indonesia mau pakai atau enggak? Karena di Indonesia itu real dengan setting-setting tradisional. Kayak setting penjara, misalkan kayak kemarin bikin film, itu kebetulan film Malaysia. Judulnya itu tentang kisah cerita Anwar Ibrahim sama siapa yang Perdana Menteri sekarang itu siapa? Mahathir Muhammad. Kebetulan syutingnya di PFN, saya menyaksikan dari mulai istilahnya hunting sampai reki sampai syuting, saya ngikutin alurnya itu. Nah udah begitu sampai bikin di ruang, potong cari buat ruangan penjara. Kayak saya sediakan ada satu gudang pas buat itu. Sampai saya ngejebok satu tembok itu buat lubang penjaranya, pintu penjara. Nah bisakah sekarang istilahnya orang Indonesia pada mau nggak berlari ke XR itu? Penjawabannya. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih pertanyaan yang bagus. Tadi mungkin saya sebenarnya hanya ada pertanyaan tentang KeyCast apa enggak ya. Ternyata berat banget. Saya aja yang jawab nggak apa-apa ya? Oke, ini pandangan saya pribadi ya. Saya bukan orang film, jadi nggak gitu tahu ya ada film yang harganya 100M atau enggak dan sebagainya. Tapi klien saya kebanyakan corporate dan brand dan FMCG dan segala macam. Setahu saya, film mereka invest kan untuk mereka syuting segala macam, pakai tes segala macam, dan mereka akan mengharapkan return dari orang nonton, entah itu dari views dan sebagainya. Tapi kalau untuk iklan, ya kan, untuk brand-brand besar, ya kan, mungkin yang ya banyaklah soda-soda dan sebagainya, yang uang mereka luar biasa. Dan biasanya kalau syuting iklan itu kan hanya 1 hari. Jadi kalau misalnya tadi 150 juta untuk 1 hari, itu budget yang sangat kecil sekali untuk syuting sebuah iklan yang mungkin harganya 1M atau 2M. Ya kan? Jadi mungkin menurut saya ini pribadi, XR ini bukan untuk menggantikan traditional shooting, ya kan? Tapi istilahnya membuka pintu opportunity mungkin buat orang seperti saya gitu. Saya nggak punya bertahun-tahun experience, saya nggak pernah sekolah film, ya kan, mungkin kayak gitu. Saya nggak ada divisi art yang gimana-gimana yang bisa bikin set yang segala macem. Tapi dengan teknologi, dibantu dengan teknologi yang ada sekarang, kita pun yang nggak terlalu banyak pengalaman segala macem, kita bisa berkarya, bisa cari nafkah dengan adanya teknologi baru ini, dengan adanya virtual production ini. Jadi kalau dibilang apakah pengen berpindah atau apa, ya mungkin ada sebagian yang akan pindah, mungkin ada sebagian yang akan mengadopsi, mungkin ada yang sebagian yang akan ngejalanin dua-duanya, atau mungkin hanya akan ada yang fokus di sini, kayak kita. Jadi begitu sih Mas, istilahnya kayak bukan kayak oh kita semua ini akan pindah ke XR, enggak, kayaknya sih enggak kayak gitu. Tapi memang ya akan ada yang membuka lahan-lahan baru aja sih gitu untuk kreator-kreator di Indonesia, lebih ke situ sih. Dan yang Bapak bilang tadi yang 150 juta per LED itu kan untuk ini ya volume ya, LED kan. Ya itu termasuknya udah lumayan high end juga gitu. Kalau di komunitas kita masih banyak produksi-produksi yang jauh di bawah itu gitu, yang masih budgetnya jauh di bawah itu, dan mungkin yang mau bikin iklan, yang mau bikin video klip, yang budget mereka tidak cukup untuk itu, masih ada option-option lain kayak green screen dan lain-lainnya sih. Jadi lebih mungkin sekarang untuk segala macam budget, untuk segala macam kebutuhan lebih banyak pilihan. Itu aja sih.
Oke, terima kasih penjelasannya.
Jadi banyak ilmunya ini Pak David ya kan.
30
Ya, jadi
tahun.
ilmu terapan semua ini gitu kan. Tapi masih inline dengan software.
Iya, iya.
Ya oke,
Siap,
lanjut.
siap,
Siapa
siap.
lagi yang mau tanya ini?
Ini tentang KeyCast apa bukan nih?
Iya, selamat siang Mas.
Iya, siang.
Saya Ozi dari V2 Indonesia.
Oke.
Untuk software KeyCast ini dia apakah renewal per tahun atau one time charge? Dan secara dari sisi PC-nya ini dia memang dari mas yang profit atau kita bisa customize PC terus kita install Ubuntu dan lisensi si KeyCast ya.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Oke, nah ini mantap. Ini saya gampang jawabnya. Oke, untuk KeyCast ini itu dia sifatnya bisa bulanan atau tahunan. Dia tidak bisa dibeli license-nya, nggak ada perpetual license gitu. Memang dia subscription base. Dan harganya lumayan. Dia tuh per bulannya itu 3.000, per tahunnya tuh 30.000. 30.000. Nah tapi saat ini lagi ada promo buat siapapun yang mau invest ngambil 1 tahun ya 30.000 dapat sistemnya free. Dan sistemnya itu, speknya itu RTX A6002. Jadi itu udah 150 juta lebih, hampir 180 juta sendiri buat VGA-nya, buat VGA-nya, belum sisanya. Jadi ini dapat nih sistemnya nih, ngambil 1 tahun dapat sistemnya free. Jadi dan limited quantity. Jadi ini kesempatan yang buat siapapun yang pengen beli, wah ini benar-benar waktu yang tepat lah gitu. Nah untuk ngejawab masalah bisa ngerakit sendiri atau enggak, boleh. Ini kita ngerakit sendiri. Kalau misalnya beli KeyCast sekarang yang dapat free itu yang udah jadi satu ThinkStation yang udah Lenovo apa ya, yang ThinkStation yang emang udah workstation udah jadi. Mau ngerakit sendiri boleh, kita ngerakit sendiri boleh. Yang penting ngikutin speknya mereka. Tapi ya gitu, memang menurut kita sih kalau udah jadi PC KeyCast nggak bisa dipakai buat yang lain sih, karena kayak untuk even buat Blackmagic-nya aja software-nya harus pakai yang versi tertentu, nggak bisa pakai yang desktop video yang terbaru. Jadi ya emang ya udahlah gitu, buat itu aja udah.
Kira-kira kan kita harus pikirin antara cost dari green screen dan si KeyCast ini kan harus kita compare kan secara realita.
Pastinya, makanya tadi di awal menurut saya bukan pengganti green screen, namun menarik untuk digunakan untuk event, untuk menambah elemen yang menarik aja gitu. Jadi itu tadi mungkin untuk acara government atau launching atau pembukaan sport atau apa, mungkin ada siapa yang speaker atau apa yang terus pengen dimunculin grafiknya di belakangnya, itu menarik gitu. Makanya kita propose tadi juga oke, mungkin mahal buat diinvest, kita juga mikir aduh agak susah nih ngejualnya di sini nih. Tapi makanya kita tadi bisa ada package yang untuk per event gitu, it's okay juga gitu. Jadi lebih kalau buat ngegantiin ke green screen ya susah gitu, kalau dibandingin pasti secara budget segala macam susah. Tapi kalau buat by event untuk spesial event spesial, why not? Mungkin pembukaan SEA Games atau apa kan gitu-gitu kan, launching stadium bola baru atau apa kan bisa menarik di situ.
Oke, sip, thank you.
Terima kasih Mas. Ya jadi kalau ini berkaitan software, ya ini juga ada ini hadiahnya ini gitu kan. Agar bisa dituliskan nanti software itu.
Nggak apa-apa loh Pak, tadi juga dikasih hadiah.
Semua dikasih
Iya,
hadiah.
oke, siap.
Ya oke, next question.
Ada lagi kalau nggak, oh ada, oke siap.
Wah ini tambah berat ini Fit. Ya kan?
Saya habis ngomong dapat free PC jadi banyak yang nanya nih gitu.
Terima kasih, nama saya Henry. Mungkin saya agak lebih teknikal pertanyaannya. Apakah ini hanya bisa SDI? Yang pertama, yang kedua, bisa nggak multicam dari sudut sini, sudut sini?
Oke.
Ya, terima kasih.
Oke, thank you. Pertanyaannya saat ini hanya bisa SDI, tapi lagi dikembangin sekarang nantinya bisa via NDI juga. Jadi mereka lah update supaya biar bisa NDI juga. Saat ini baru bisa SDI dan satu cam aja. Jadi seluruh processing power ini hanya untuk ngedukung satu cam aja. Mungkin sama dengan tadi kan di presentasi sedikit ngebahas setup yang virtual production kan, satu kamera satu PC. Sama, jadi satu kamera satu PC.
Wah luar biasa ya kan. Jadi satu komputer satu kamera tadi itu ya. Oh gitu. Tapi nanti mungkin ke depan satu komputer udah multi kamera gitu kan, Fit ya?
Bisa jadi.
Iya.
Masih early stage sih ini juga.
Oke, untuk ini
ya.
kita kasih hadiah kan begitu kan? Oke.
Terima kasih.
Masih ada kesempatan nanya-nanya gitu? Fit? Ya atau siapa yang nanya? Atau mau udah waktunya masuk Petri atau gimana?
Kita gunakan untuk virtual production. Aximmetry ini sudah mulai rame ya semenjak tahun 2020 lah. Mulai rame dipakai di Indonesia. Dan dia itu mampu menggunakan engine-nya dia sendiri. Jadi Aximmetry ini dia punya engine sendiri sebenarnya. Artinya kita sebagai desainer bisa ngedesain virtual set, kita masukin ke Aximmetry dan kita dari situ sudah bisa virtual production. Tapi dia juga bisa sama seperti Zero Density ya, menggunakan Unreal Engine. Makanya ada versinya Aximmetry itu kita bisa beli yang namanya SE yang single engine atau yang DE yang dual engine. Nah, kalau kita pribadi Mfalme Studio lebih senang menggunakan yang dual engine, yang menggunakan Unreal Engine. Karena mungkin lebih mudah untuk setupnya, jadi untuk learning curve-nya itu untuk belajar Unreal Engine lebih mudah dan lebih fun ya, karena kan dia adalah engine untuk bikin game. Jadi buat teman-teman, karena kita anak-anak muda suka main game, kalau ngebangun set buat Unreal Engine tuh kayak ibaratnya kita main game-game yang buat bangun-bangun aja gitu, jatuhnya udah kayak main game aja gitu. Tapi apakah yang engine bawaannya Aximmetry itu tidak sebagus yang Unreal Engine punya? Enggak juga. Sebetulnya dia ada beberapa kelebihan-kelebihan juga. Antaranya sebenarnya dia lumayan lebih ringan jika setnya sama ya. Dalam arti kalau di Unreal Engine itu kan kita nggak ada limitasi ya, kita mau bangun apapun bisa. Kalau engine Aximmetry mungkin hanya virtual setnya untuk set indoor, kayak set-set ruang broadcast dan sebagainya. Tapi dia lebih ringan dan sebenarnya untuk kayak anti aliasingnya dan hasil input dari kameranya segala macam karena semuanya diproses hanya di Aximmetry-nya aja itu lebih clean dan lebih cakep. Ya mungkin itu teman-teman sini banyak yang pakai Aximmetry Unreal Engine, siapa aja yang pakai Unreal Engine. Nah mungkin kadang-kadang ada masalah anti aliasing, kadang-kadang muka ngeblur dikit atau apa dan sebagainya. Kalau menggunakan engine-nya SE itu lebih clean lah, lebih clean. Jadi sebenarnya menggunakan engine bawaan Aximmetry ada kelebihannya juga, tapi yaitu learning curve-nya lebih susah. Untuk kita ngebikin setnya juga lebih banyak limitasi. Nah, mungkin langsung aja kita demo, sudahkah? Udah ya, udah ready.
Yeah, before you go to demo, I think you should introduce first.
I will. Wait. I will.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry because
for sure. I will.
That's very important, you know.
For sure.
Yeah.
Udah ya. Okay. Dila, could you please go on the marker, on this one? Yes. Udah ya. A little bit to your right side. No, other side. More.
So the talent is real, right?
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, because you can move left and move right.
Can only see ya, cannot touch ya. Can only see. Crop dikit kayak ini. Oke, aman. Oke, boleh ditampilin Bapak Gary di layar. Gambarnya masih itu sih. Enggak, outputnya beda. Pakai SDI apa pakai apa, Ger? Oh, kenapa nggak SDI? Sudah? Okay, so everyone, please meet our friend Dila, all the way from, okay, from KL, right? Okay, all the way from KL, yang akan membantu kita demo hari ini. So, ini sekarang kita menggunakan Aximmetry yang DE ya, dan yang bisa dilihat ini setnya semuanya 3D. Dan ini kita setup menggunakan Unreal Engine. Dan yang seru dari Unreal Engine itu banyak sekali aset-aset gratisnya. Bahkan setiap bulan di Unreal Marketplace-nya itu mereka bagi-bagi aset gratis. Ini kayak contohnya semua yang ada di gambar ini nih, meja-meja, ini semuanya tuh bisa di-download secara gratis dan kualitasnya sangat bagus ya. Jadi mungkin tadi sempat ngebahas virtual production menekan cost. Ya ini salah satu example-nya aja ya, bahwa dengan banyak aset-aset gratis yang bisa kita daur ulang, bisa menekan cost. So, mungkin Dila is a bit lonely, why don't we call a friend for her, yeah? So you're not so lonely. I want you to meet our little friend. Mana? Oh yeah, there he is, okay. This is Rin Tintin, this is a cute little dog that will accompany Dila ya, he'll keep you company right now. Okay, so ini adalah sebuah contoh dengan Unreal Engine, kita bisa menggunakan aset-aset 3D dan don't move from your spot, nanti kepotong. No, stay on your spot. Stay on your, maju dikit, maju sedikit. Nah, okay, there you go, on the black spot, okay. Oke, so kita bisa men-trigger animasi apapun yang kita mau. Ini contoh yang lebih yang cute-cute ya. Mungkin ini ada contoh yang lebih ekstrim. Ada satu lagi pet kita namanya Magnus, boleh dipanggil Magnus. Dari namanya aja udah mengerikan kan? Nah, ini Magnus ya, temennya our pet T-Rex. So, animasi-animasi ini bisa kita trigger di Aximmetry ya, untuk setupnya semuanya dilakukan di Unreal Engine yang kita prep, dan nanti di-triggernya ketika kita untuk live production-nya di Aximmetry-nya. Ya. Dan ini contoh-contoh animasi yang istilahnya kita trigger dan mereka akan ngeplay dan lewat gitu aja. Ada contoh-contoh animasi lain, contohnya yang create boleh dikeluarin, yang sifatnya lebih ke by trigger, dia in-out. So you can select your weapon, which one you want. Okay. Kalau kita press lagi triggernya, dia akan out frame ya. Ini contohnya bisa digunakan untuk kayak layar atau apa, in frame, dan out frame bisa menggunakan animasi in out. Nah, serunya lagi di Unreal Engine ini kita bisa dalam satu produksi itu menyiapkan berbagai macam level, karena dia adalah sebuah engine game. Dan kalau kita main game itu nggak mungkin kan cuma satu level aja kita main, kan pasti kan tamat, skornya naik, pindah ke level berikutnya dan sebagainya. Di sini juga bisa pindah level, boleh diganti levelnya. Oke, so kita bisa pindah setnya. Dan bisa lihat ini karena mau bulan puasa, ini saya siapin sebuah set, mungkin boleh di zoom out dikit, jangan terlalu dekat. Ya, ini adalah set edisi khusus Lebaran ya, yang by the way akan dijual di Tokopedia-nya Mfalme Studio, buat yang mau beli boleh, murah meriah. Oke, nah di sini dengan set ini saya mau contohin untuk input video ya, bisa dilihat dengan Aximmetry di virtual production ini kita bisa menggunakan banyak sekali layar ya, mau 10 layar, mau 20 layar, dan inputnya bisa apa aja, mau gambar, mau video. Ini ceritanya, misalnya ini adalah video call ya, so you can talk to the doctor the handsome doctor. Other side. That way ya. Terus LED sampingnya juga ya mau dimasukin animasi dan mungkin motion graphic bisa, semuanya bisa. Oke, so ya, ya that one. Oke, so dan sekarang selain video input dan tadi awal kita ngeliat animasi, kita juga bisa banyak bermain dengan particle effect ya. Particle effect boleh, let's exile her to the desert. Okay, thank you. Okay, so right now she's in the desert. Dan move forward a little bit. Okay, thank you. Okay, so di sini akan kita contohkan beberapa efek partikel ya. Misalnya teman-teman ada event yang berhubungan dengan musik atau ada performance atau apa, dan mungkin butuh backup dancer, boleh di summon segmennya. Ya, ini adalah dancer-dancer, mungkin kameranya boleh dimainin. ya kan ada dancer-dancer, terus dance-nya juga bisa kita kontrol untuk gerakan-gerakannya. Dan ini ada salah satu contoh aja ya, ini background-nya pasir, kita bikin elemennya pasir juga, misalnya pengen ada yang air-air, bisa dibikin air, dan sebagainya. Jadi ini semuanya particle effect yang bisa kita gunakan agar gambarnya lebih cakep, lebih menarik. Oke, thank you Sandman-nya. Nah terus juga mungkin bila ada kebutuhan gitu ya, kita di Unreal Engine ini ibaratnya we're playing God. We're playing God because we can do anything. Ini adalah dunia kita dan kita bisa melakukan apapun, even control time gitu kan. Misalnya ini kan siang hari, tiba-tiba kita pengen, oke, tolong berubah jadi malam gitu. Oke, dan dia akan berubah menjadi malam. Ya, dan mungkin Dila, you've been naughty so we have to punish you. Boleh dikasih storm sedikit. Yeah. So now we can call a thunderstorm. Jadi mungkin kalau ada kebutuhan broadcast atau production yang berhubungan dengan weather, apa menunjukin banjir atau hujan atau apa dan sebagainya, bisa menggunakan partikel-partikel effect ini. Nah mungkin sudah cukup, terima kasih, terlalu gloomy ya. Dan pastinya yang paling sering kita gunakan, efek yang paling sering digunakan di mana-mana itu adalah efek kembang api ya, buat biasanya di akhir acara atau di opening atau launching kita akan menggunakan kembang api ya. Oke, so sedikit lagi, satu demo lagi, kita akan sekarang mungkin ke set yang di stage yang lebih generik. Dan salah satu yang sering menggunakan virtual production ini kan adalah dunia e-sport ya, dunia e-sport. Dan di Unreal Engine ini ada kemampuan untuk sebetulnya data visualization dan sebagainya gitu kan, statistik ini, dan kita bisa pull data juga dari external source. Nah mungkin teman-teman di sini ada yang familiar dengan game Mobile Legend gitu ya, contohnya gitu, game Mobile Legend tahu ya gitu. Mungkin coba backgroundnya diganti yang lebih gaming gitu. Nah mungkin ini adalah host kita untuk game Mobile Legend. Terus timnya memilih sebuah karakter gitu. Dalam kan mereka milih karakter yang akan dimainkan. Dan mungkin bisa dimunculin karakter yang dipilih. Boleh? Ya, ini ada Balmon buat mungkin yang paham, dan lupa namanya siapa, Beatrix ya, Beatrix satu lagi ya. Dan bisa dipilih-pilih mau karakternya mau yang mana yang akan mereka gunakan ya dalam game tersebut. So ini adalah contoh simple aja ya, pastinya kalau di real esports-nya kan karakternya ada banyak segala macam. So ini adalah kayak mockup kecilnya aja apa yang bisa digunakan untuk e-sport. Dan selain ini juga untuk memeriahkan, di sini ada beberapa contoh particle effect juga yang sering digunakan. Mungkin ada pyro dan ini boleh Bapak Ray di semua. Kayak pyro, api dan lighting. Ya, beberapa efek-efek untuk lebih memeriahkan eventnya lagi. So, kira-kira seperti itu ya demo kita untuk Aximmetry dan yang menggunakan Unreal Engine. Mungkin sekarang jika ada pertanyaan boleh silakan. Wah, ada. Dilanya boleh duduk ya? Boleh ya? Thank you, thank you. Tepuk tangan. Oke.
Halo, saya Jamal. Tadi aku ngeliat demonya tadi ya.
Ya.
Demonya itu kan ada stake, tapi ada yang terjadi di situ. Maksudnya saya ngelihat talentnya sendiri seperti tempelan, seperti stiker.
Ya.
Ketika ada terjadi di sini api,
Ya.
tapi sepertinya objek ini nggak ada reaksinya,
Ya, ya.
hanya flat aja.
Ya.
Itu gimana ngakalinnya? Atau ada yang pernah dilakukan?
Oke, sebenarnya sih ada beberapa cara ya. Pastinya yang paling banget efektif dan dia realistis itu pakai tracker. Ya kan, kalau kita pakai tracker kan gambarnya gerak dengan subjeknya, angle-nya juga bebas mau dari mana, dan kan 1:1 ya. Dalam arti talentnya ada di mana, trackernya ada di mana, kameranya posisinya di mana, itu sesuai ukuran nyata gitu kan. Ukuran nyata, jadi kalau dideketin kameranya, gambarnya pun akan ngedeket, itu seamless semuanya. Itu pasti yang paling pertama. Cuman buat beberapa kita yang mungkin belum invest untuk tracking system, sebenarnya ada beberapa hal yang bisa dilakukan. Pertama, sebenarnya kalau teman-teman di timnya ada DOP yang bagus dan gaffer yang bagus, yang pinter ngontrol lighting dan sebagainya, itu menurut saya tahap pertama. Karena di sini kan ini kan agak random ya, kita ya udah apa aja yang penting flat gitu. Tapi kalau mungkin production yang udah serius, lightingnya disesuaikan dengan backgroundnya, ya kan, disesuaikan lensanya juga, misalnya pakai lensa 85, di Aximmetry-nya juga pakai lensa 85, biar distorsinya field of view-nya tuh sesuai antara apa yang ditangkap sama lensanya sama background 3D-nya, sama framingnya juga. Nah mungkin untuk pergerakannya mungkin bisa yang lebih close up atau apa yang lebih smooth, kira-kira seperti itu. Jadi lumayan banyak cara sih untuk mengakali itu. Itu tadi ada cara yang lumayan kompleks dan mahal, ada cara yang lumayan basic dan ya bisa dimaksimalkan lah. Kira-kira seperti itu.
Cukup?
Boleh?
Atau
Ada?
boleh? Belum.
Ada.
Kan tadi terjadi petir.
Ya.
Misalnya kita mau nyamain nih lighting kita dengan yang ada di Unreal. Apakah Unreal sendiri tuh nggak punya sebuah efek mungkin ketika ada terjadi petir, maka wajahnya akan terlihat siluet.
Bisa.
Memungkinkan.
Bisa. Bahkan sebenarnya kan Unreal Engine itu kan 100% kompatibel dengan DMX. Ya di sini bahkan ada teman-teman yang udah lebih pengalaman dari saya. Nah sebenarnya karena dia bisa berkomunikasi via DMX dengan semua lighting yang ada dalam studio, kalau misalnya mau nge-trigger, misalnya tadi kan sekarang udah banyak kan efek-efek lighting atau apa kan, kayak even kayak lampu aputur gitu-gitu kan juga udah bisa masuk DMX dan udah bisa ada mode TV, mode lighting dan sebagainya. Kalau mau di-trigger itu bisa. Jadi antara hardware sama apa yang terjadi di dalam software itu bisa banget dikombinasikan. Bisa.
Oke, cukup.
Mungkin nambahin sedikit sih. Pasti kan kebutuhan kita kan produksi kan beda-beda gitu kan. Budgetnya juga beda-beda. Kalau misalnya nih, ini dari pengalaman aja gitu, misalnya kita ada produksi yang budgetnya agak lebih gitu kan, timnya bisa lebih banyak, artinya mungkin bisa hire DOP yang bagus, bisa hire gaffer yang bagus, maka otomatis hasil akhirnya pasti juga lumayan. Tapi kalau misalnya kita dapat ya yang budgetnya apa adanya, ya udah timnya ya apa adanya juga lightingnya ya, karena kita juga pengetahuan yang nggak bisa nge-hire SDM untuk project itu ya, yang lebih pengalaman ya hasilnya ya segitu benar.
Jadi kalau untuk yang pertama bisa kita rubah atau kita ganti key-nya dari, kan sebenarnya di dalam di belakang ya tadi ya, bisa kita taruh di depan dari objek real objeknya.
Mau nambah objek di depannya.
Iya.
Gitu. bisa nggak masalah.
Ya.
Boleh ditaruh di belakang ini,
bisa,
coba
ya?
input kameranya ditaruh di belakang si balmon.
Jadi kita bisa rubah objeknya di
billboardnya dipindahin aja. Gitu kan maksudnya di belakang objek 3D-nya kan? Iya. Okay. Bisa nggak masalah?
Oh bisa ya. Oke. Kalau mengenai ini delay, ada nggak delay untuk videonya yang keluar?
Ada.
Berapa
ada
frame kalau?
Ada delay. Kita itu biasanya patokannya audio ya. Patokannya lebih ke audio karena ujung-ujungnya kan kita record sama streaming nge-sync audio. Itu kita kalau ke hardware yang record kita mesti set delaynya hampir kayak 500 millisecond. Sekitar 500 millisecond. Tapi biasanya itu juga nggak selalu pas segitu, kadang tergantung PC yang kita pakai, segala macam. Jadi setiap kali pas sebelum nge-record kita ngetes dulu sih gitu, dites record dulu. Tapi ya lumayan. Contohnya kalau kayak KeyCast tadi dia cuman kayak 90 millisecond, jauh lebih ya, masih oke. Kalau Aximmetry lumayan. Iya.
Makasih.
Makasih Pak. Ini hadiahnya. Tadi ini disampaikan Dila itu bukan saya. Iya, jadi Dila yang tadi memilih itu gitu. Oke, next question. Oke.
Baik, terima kasih Pak. Mas, saya pengen tanya, karena dari creator tadi ada beberapa software atau engine yang tadi udah dijelaskan sebelum-sebelumnya dan juga ada display. Yang saya ingin tanyakan adalah ketika di display nanti apakah ada body motion atau tracking dari avatar atau mungkin mbaknya tadi yang di display sebagai avatar itu bisa dengan gerakannya ada sebuah gerakan dan bisa muncul display sesuatu. Karena kalau bicara XR kan kita ada display AR maupun VR yang kita combine gitu. Nah kalau misalnya mbaknya misal lambaikan tangan gitu nggak tanpa harus adanya operator yang memberikan instruction, tapi dari dianya yang memberikan instruction lambaikan tangan terus ada muncul partikel atau mungkin 3D model yang masuk dan lain sebagainya, apakah engine itu akan melakukan hal tersebut atau mungkin kedepannya akan ada yang seperti itu, seperti apa Mas?
Wah, saya kurang tahu deh kalau bisa apa nggak sampai segitunya. Jadi maksudnya dia ngerekam gesture-nya dari input videonya, terus dia langsung nge-trigger sesuatu gitu.
Jadi kan tadi kan kayak kita live ya, misalnya kita live, terus mbaknya kayak lambaikan tangan aja gitu, itu salah satu motion atau mungkin body tracking atau hand tracking gitu. Atau head tracking gitu yang di display nantinya?
Via ini kan, kalau misalnya menggunakan alat itu bisa dalam arti kalau misalnya ada controller
jadi bisa
Vive atau apa
di-connect
gitu.
sama Kinect misal kayak gitu dan
iya kayak Vive 5 tracker atau atau remote-nya atau apa itu semuanya tombolnya bisa digunakan. Movement-nya juga bisa digunakan, tapi kalau misalnya kameranya yang nangkep terus ngeproses gerakannya kayaknya belum sih.
Oh belum ya?
Iya. Tapi jadi mungkin maksudnya gini, tetap perlu alat semacam alat untuk itu gitu. Kayaknya kayak misalnya nanti ada demo dari anti latency itu mereka lumayan bagus tuh. Dia macam-macam tuh dari yang kecil apa segala macam bisa ditempel di tangan tuh mereka ada maksudnya kalau Vive itu kan kayak lebih buat ya gaming ini segala macam lumayan besar, dan kalau anti latency itu dia sampai bikin yang kecil jadi kita bisa kayak bikin senjata terus di custom sendiri gitu buat gerak ngikutin, bisa ditaruh diumpetin di glove atau apa, jadi itu lebih cocok tuh buat yang kayak gitu-gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya pakai mocap bisa. Dan itu udah pernah kita lakuin juga. Jadi kita ada Rococo suit, kita connect ke kayak karakter di dalam dunia 3D-nya itu bisa digerakin secara langsung.
Oh, langsung pakai ada tambahannya lagi ya berarti?
Iya, tapi ya itu tetap harus ada hardware-nya lah itu maksudnya gitu.
Oh iya sih.
Iya.
Thank you Mas.
Oke, terima kasih. Mas masih ingat namanya talent yang depan tadi itu? Dila ya? Oh ini yang disampaikan Dila buat Bapak. Makasih banyak ya. Ya oke, David. Yeah, there is a sign from Dennis, you know. So he gave me a sign like this. I don't know really what does it mean, you know.
Time's up.
1 minute left.
Ya udah. Oke. 1 minute left dan mungkin buat kalau misalnya ada yang tertarik dengan Aximmetry, siapa tahu ada yang belum beli di sini, bisa nanti ya kontek-kontekan lah sama saya lah gitu. kita Mfalme sebagai distributor resmi di Indonesia, kita provide trainingnya juga, supportnya juga gitu. Pokoknya all in lah, kita kayak komunitas kecil lah, siap membantu dalam segala hal. Jadi ya jangan sungkan-sungkan kalau ada yang butuh, langsung aja colek. Oke, terima kasih semuanya atas waktunya.
Baiklah, terima kasih banyak atas materi tentang Brompton, tentang KeyCast AI dan juga Aximmetry Virtual Production yang telah dipresentasikan dari tim Mfalme Studio. Okay, the next demonstration from Ventuz team about events and broadcast production that will be delivered by virtual. So please for operator team to show it.
Hi David, are you in?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
David, you there? Okay, great. We just introduced you. Over to you then.
Okay, so can you hear me well over there? Hello, hello.
David, you want to say something?
Yeah,
I can hear you very well, David. Fine, perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel. That's teamwork, man.
Okay, great. Good to hear from you.
Okay. Yeah, well, let me introduce us. My name is David Maniego. I'm the product marketing manager at Ventuz. And together with me is Daniel Villa. He's the head of our product services and support team. And we are going to introduce you a little bit to the Ventuz products and what we do. I don't know if you guys can see I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it okay?
Yes, fine.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, so well, I have like a little presentation to show what Ventuz is and what we do. Sorry. Okay, so this is just a little slide with a quote from our CEO, Ralph Stanke. Our mission is to create basically motion graphics. That's what we do, and try to have the most advanced technology out there. So a little bit about the company. Ventuz was founded in 2004 in Dubai. This office is where our headquarters are in Hamburg in Germany. And we started doing this. It was a project created by Ralph and a few other people that had a lot of experience in broadcast graphics, events, and post-production. And they decided that the real-time graphics were mature enough back then to be used for very advanced motion graphics for events and for broadcasts. So they decided to create their own product. We have, as you can see here, there are some highlights of our history. We have a lot of users in the broadcast market, from TV stations to a lot of companies or productions services companies that are doing from sports graphics to game shows, talent shows, and stuff like that. And apart from that, we have a lot of customers outside of the broadcast market. People like Google or NBA or Alternate Global. There are many, many out there. And as I said, our headquarters are in Hamburg, in Germany, and we still have offices in Dubai, in New York, and in Canada. We have three main products. The main one, the basis of everything is Ventuz Designer, which is a creation and authoring tool. Here you can see a screenshot, and we'll see it later on with Daniel's demo. And it's a node-based interface that is used to create not only your graphics, animations, but also the connections with data, the logic, and everything is created in a non-linear fashion. Okay, so all the animations, they can be triggered freely at any time, and they can be linked to new data changes, or to react to data changes, or to react to interactions, stuff like that. Interaction is also one of the areas where Ventuz excels. We have a lot of solutions for touchscreens, for integration with many different control applications like OSC, or using other protocols like OSC or Tuyo in the case of touchscreens, etc. Also, we are a 2D and 3D render engine, so we have a lot of tools to exchange 3D assets with 3D creation applications, and we support Collada, FBX, GLTF, etc. And apart from this, as I said, we are one of the main targets for Ventuz is to create like what we call data-driven motion graphics. So that means that we're basically reading external data or interacting with external data and creating graphics based on that external data that is changing live. And another of our main products is Ventuz Director, which is a playout control application, which is used to drive the Ventuz content. And it's also it's a simple application, so it's basically meant to be used for playout operators that they don't need to be like fully trained on the software, so they can operate with just with a minimum set of parameters that we have exposed to them. Also, it can run in combination. One single point of control can control many different runtimes. Those are the render engines that I will explain in a bit. And you can control different combination of displays, projector, SDI outputs from one single seed. Also, the graphics can be triggered manually. We can create playlists, or there are other ways, and it can also integrate with an automation system. Also, it works with some standard CG workflows, or in a fashion that is very close to how traditional CGs work. So we can create pages, we can recall them, we use graphic templates, and of course we have a premium program in the application, so you can control your graphics before being triggered to error. Graphic templates are the basis of what we do. So they're basically scenes, graphic scenes with all the animation, all the logic, all the data connections, where we have left some parameters to be manipulated by the playout operator, and that allows to make last-minute changes or manual data insertion or stuff like that. But since we are controlling what the playout operator can change, and also the assets that they can access to, we can ensure that we are keeping the design coherence that we want to have on a TV channel. Also, you can create your own control interfaces for Director using Microsoft WPF technology, if you want to create like a custom control application. Also, it's very open, and you can also integrate it with external control applications. We have some remoting protocols that we provide for free, so it can be used to integrate with any existing control application or scheduling application. The last product is the Ventuz runtime, which is the render engine without an interface. Basically, that's the easiest way to call it. It's the same render engine that we're using across all the product line. And this render engine we developed ourselves. It's not based on anything out there. We have integration with other render engines, as I will explain in a bit. But the Ventuz render engine is a custom render engine that we created, and we keep on evolving. As I said, it can be used for 2D and 3D graphics. It's really reliable. We have installations running, fixed installations running 24/7 for years without a problem. So for us, that's one of the keys of the product, that we should have like a very reliable solution out there. What else? Runtime can output using the GPU standard connections like DVI, HDMI, DP nowadays, but also is able to output with some options. It's able to output SEI. We also support video streaming technologies like Nutex NDI or now SMT2110. We also have an application that is called the Ventuz Configuration Editor, and it's now also accessible via web UI, so a web interface, so you can access the configuration using any standard web browser. That allows you to create like multi-display setups or multi-projections layouts, and quite easily. And one of the interesting things is that it allows you to create the output configuration that's independent from the scene, so that allows you to repurpose and reuse your content for different output test scenarios without having to change the content itself. And we have two editions. One is called Runtime Core, that is mainly used for fixed installations, also has a maximum resolution of 4K. And we also have Runtime Enterprise, which supports other functionalities, doesn't have any maximum resolution limitation, and allows you to also to create like cluster configurations where you can combine different machines or even different GPUs inside of the same machine to have more outputs, higher resolution, etc. This is more or less like an overview of the products that I just mentioned. Designer is the creation. It overlaps with runtime because we're exchanging the projects that are created with Designer are open with runtime to generate the final output, while Director is a control application that is controlling the runtimes. We'll see that in the diagrams in a bit. Also, we introduced a couple of years ago new editions. These editions are like different levels of each of these products, and we also have a commercial bundle that is called Studio that includes all three products together. The first edition is Community that you see here. Community is a free edition that you can download from our website, and you can get it for free. It's fully functional. It can exchange files with the rest of the applications. The main limitations that it has is that the maximum resolution is 4K again. We have a maximum of 500 nodes. As I said before, we are node-based. Our interface is node-based, so you have a maximum of nodes that you can use in your project. And it has a little watermark in one of the corners. There are all the minor limitations, but these are the main ones. Then, going up in the complexity and the functionality level, we also have a Core. Core is available as a, sorry, and I forgot to mention that Community is only available as a studio, so as this package that includes all three applications. It's mainly used for testing, training, also for people that want to do little tests or stuff like that. While Core is like our entry-level edition, it's available as a studio, so all three applications, Designer, Director, and Runtime, or as a Runtime Core that I mentioned before, that it's a runtime that's mainly used for when you're only using one system, and it's okay with all the outputs that you have on your GPU, and that's the other option for Core. And for Enterprise, we have all the options available. We have Studio, which is again the bundle of the three products, and all three products individually. So you have Designer, Runtime, and Director. And on top of that, on the Enterprise license, there are no resolution limitations or node limitations or anything like that. On that edition, you can also add other options. Main ones are broadcast, so BZ1, BZ2, and BZX. These are SDI fill and key outputs. And the broadcast package, as we call it, includes all the things like also camera tracking input, also support for some broadcast-specific codecs like AVI DNX HD and stuff, or DNX HX nowadays, etc. And BC1, it can output one channel, one fill and key channel over SDI. Broadcast 2, it's two channels. So for us, each channel is fill and key. So that means that 2 fields, 2 keys is broadcast 2, and broadcast X is 4 channels, so 4 fields and 4 keys. And XTO is just an option that we introduce for people that need camera tracking input, but they don't need SDI output, and it's mainly used for virtual events and people creating virtual sets and doing AR projects outside of the broadcast world. We have also recently introduced the possibility of, with the core edition, with that one, of also having like a subscription. So you can have subscriptions per month or per year, so with a lower price. Okay. As I said, these are the options that you can add to the enterprise edition. So the ones that I said, standard I/O broadcast package 1 and 2, and then of course broadcast X, which is the same but 4 channels instead of 2. This is just an example configuration of the hardware. Normally we don't provide the hardware. We can do it if you need it, but these are the hardware specs. In general, we are pretty much agnostic in terms of CPU and GPU. We run both on Intel and AMD CPUs. Nowadays, the minimum of RAM is normally 32 gigs. That's depending on the kind of project you're creating. It's like the bare minimum. And in terms of GPUs, here we are recommending NVIDIA, but we run also with AMD boards. So it really depends on what you want to do. In general, officially we support only professional grade GPUs. So that means Quadros or Radeon Pros, but it can run with gaming ones, but we do not recommend it. So also because it has some limitations, especially if you want to create a cluster. Well, that's more or less it. In terms of video and SDI, sorry, input and output, we work with various brands. We work with Deltacast, also with Aja, and with Blackmagic. So you can pick up different models from all of these. And if you need specific information about the models that we support, please just ask me after the presentation. This is just a simple example of a VR AR project. As you can see, the Ventuz designer creates the graphics. It changes the scenes with the other Ventuz systems, and the tracked camera is received by the runtimes here. Sorry, it's received here by the runtimes, and they're generating the fill and key, and we also have the possibility of creating additional signals, especially if you're using Ultimate or any other external chroma keyer that supports garbage matte and stuff like that. And we also have a Ventuz director that can be used to control all these runtime systems and to trigger the scenes and activate stuff that you want to happen on the graphics, etc. We also have an integration with Unreal. I mentioned it before, and we are exchanging data on the GPU level, and basically the runtime, as you can see here, is exchanging data in real time with Unreal running on the same GPU. And one of the things that it's important is this is a bidirectional communication. We also created a set of blueprints for Unreal that allows us to create some functionality in Unreal that reacts to the data that we're injecting from within Ventuz, and the other way around. And we're getting back the render pictures, also the depth information, which is quite unique compared to others out there. And so one of the usual use cases, which is using for VR or AR or XR, the camera can be driven either by Unreal or by Ventuz. So we can exchange information on the camera position, etc. Also, another quite common use case is newsroom integration. We support the MOS protocol, but the MOS protocol is one of those standards that is meant to be a standard, but it's never a standard. So you always have to do more to fully integrate with the newsroom systems out there. And right now we have integrations with AP and ENPS, with Avid iNews, with Octopus and Anova Open Media. Basically, what we provide is a solution where you have a MOS gateway to exchange information between both applications, between the DNRCS system and Ventuz, and to be able to share the templates, etc., and to connect the runtime, the director playlist with the rundown of the new system. And the journalists also have an ActiveX plugin that they can use to browse through the templates available, make changes, and render a preview to see how the graphics are going to look, and then they can add it to the rundown, and it will be played back by the NRCS system that is controlling Ventuz underneath. So this is like a little example of this workflow. Uses the MOS gateway that I mentioned. Also, I forgot to mention that the MOS gateway is also acting, normally it's a dedicated server, it's also acting as a license manager, because we have floating licenses for the journalists. So basically you can have a certain number of licenses that you can share between a larger number of journalists. And they're running this plugin within the newsroom application that they're using normally. And well, this is the end of the presentation. This is just some references of customers we have worldwide, both in the broadcast world and outside of the broadcast world. In broadcast, the main ones are Fox Sports and CBS Sports in the US. Also, the NBA is using Ventuz for all the events that they organize directly, like the All-Star, the draft. So they use it for the graphics inside of the arena, but also for on-air graphics. We also have customers doing game shows like Just Music here in Spain, or NEP, Globo TV in Brazil, and other customers are using Ventuz mostly for channel branding, like MTV in Scandinavia or National Geographic in the US. Well, so that was it for me. Any questions?
So David, do you have some showcase videos for AR or XR that you can talk about?
Yeah, let me open a little video here. Yeah, this is the show reel by one of our customers here you can see some projects, some AR and XR and virtual set projects that they have made with Ventuz. In some of these, they're also combining Ventuz with Unreal. In others, it's fully Ventuz. That was the Ventuz interface. As you can see, there are projects that are meant to be used outside of the broadcast world too, because it's becoming like quite usual nowadays that they're using also VR and AR for virtual events, virtual presentations, stuff like that.
David, do you have a perpetual license?
Sorry?
Do you have a perpetual license, or is it on subscription?
No, we have both. As I mentioned, sorry, I forgot to maybe to say that we have our regular licenses, the one that I've been talking about, are perpetual, and we recently introduced subscription, but only for the core edition, so only for core studio and core runtime.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anybody has any questions? Ada soalan? Any question? So Ventuz is a kind of software that is, affordable for indie filmmakers, to do AR graphics, VR graphics in the, not only newsroom, for other purpose broadcast as well. So it's something for you to discover, a new product in your country. Ada soalan? Question? Go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say that Daniel has prepared a little demo to introduce the software. Maybe we can jump into that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if there's time left, we can do maybe 10 minutes if it's fine, Louis.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
We have time.
Okay,
Dinesh, how much time? We got 3 minutes.
3
Possible?
minutes.
Yeah.
Hey,
everything is possible in 3 minutes.
Go for it.
Yeah, but we started like 10 minutes later.
No, we can.
Go
No
ahead.
problem.
Go ahead.
So this is the interface of Ventuz Designer. It's, as David said, a node-based application. So we have small nodes with layering system where we can apply effects, where we can render 2D layers, 3D layers, live video, etc. So in there, I can easily, composite images, videos, 3D scenes all together. For sure, we can also render text. We can apply logic. We have our own render engine, as David mentioned, but we can also integrate with third-party render engines like Unreal, for example. So I can easily put an Unreal layer in our system, start up an Unreal sample scene, which is like a Visual Studio sample.
Daniel, take your time. We got 7 minutes. Sorry, my mistake. 7 minutes. Take your time.
7 minutes. Okay. Great. So I can integrate with Unreal. I can control the camera from Ventuz. So whenever I have a tracking system connected to Ventuz, I can actually just in an AR XR use case, I can load a very nice rendered virtual set or AR graphic in Unreal, and then I can integrate it into Ventuz. I put a camera in there, activated from Free Flight. And sorry, I stop Unreal again quickly. Stop. Disconnect the table. Start it again. Cool. Yeah, and then inside Ventuz, I can now composite 3D elements rendered in Ventuz with 3D elements rendered in Unreal, which is great. So I can easily, go into take that small robot here and just integrate it into the Unreal world, and or take, I have no idea where it is. Let's see. Here it comes, and then that object rendered in Ventuz is integrated into Unreal. It's depth composited, so I can also use, for example, 3D objects and place them into my 3D world, and then they are occluded, as you can see with that little Ventuz animation. It's occluded by objects in Unreal, so the robot is running behind the table and then in front of the table. So it's a perfect 3D world combination of both engines. For sure, we have lots of options to integrate 3D assets into our scenes. One option is Cinema 4D, for example. We do have a live link with Cinema 4D. So if I have a Cinema 4D scene, we provide a plugin that allows me to live link to objects in Cinema 4D inside my Ventuz scene. And now I get, I take some lighting. now I have that that guy coming from Cinema 4D walking around inside my Ventuz scene as a 3D object. I can for sure also import 3D models. I can render text, as I said. So if, let's say, I add a small colored text up there. Let's say it has whatever color, orange, some position, some size. Our layering system allows us to use all the blending functions that are very commonly used in other graphics packages. So I can blend my 3D objects, my 2D objects, all my worlds together, and can easily connect and integrate with data. So in that example, we could, for example, load an Excel. I have prepared a very simple Excel file that just holds some text and some colors, and then I can say, okay, I want to read that Excel from Ventuz, drag and drop it in my scene, get the informations of the Excel cell, like the background color and the text, and say, okay, I want to connect it with bindings. That's the concept of Ventuz. We have nodes and we can bind them together. We can connect the background color and the text, for example. And with some logic, with a counter node, I can say I want to count from 1 to 4 and connect it to the row, so I can dynamically change the data and say whenever I count, it's just reading the next cell, providing me the data, and doing what I want. And for sure, we can also animate everything in Ventuz, every property, every object. We can animate with a keyframe animation. Our keyframe animation is not only linear, it also has the ability to create a state engine. So a very simple example would be, let's say we want to animate the text in and out, and we maybe want to add a mask to the text. So we can mask out the text like that. Let's do a very quick and dirty one. We don't have so much time. Say the text is coming from that side, it's going in here, and when the text is already in, I want to just make the text, or fade away the text and fade the text back in again. So I have a kind of non-linear animation that I can run in and run in a circle. And in that animation, I can now also trigger data and change data. So I can easily say I want to change the counter value to read Excel and make sure I reset it. I reset it here at the beginning of my animation, and on that animation part, I always count 1 up. And I made a very simple animation now that brings in the text and changes the data and just slides through the data endlessly if I want. I can trigger that from different commands. David said we have all the options like triggering external commands with OSC or TCP or whatsoever, but we can also do it within the scene logic, so I can easily integrate some keyboard commands and say, okay, whenever I press R in my scene, it's resetting the animation, and whenever I press next or N, I trigger the next command, so I can run my animation from there. And the cool thing is now I've built like a 2-dimensional composition in Ventuz, and I can take that one. I can enable my Unreal scene again, and I can say, okay, I want to integrate that into my Unreal scene, and I do that simply by telling that composition up there that it's rendered to a texture, and then in my Unreal scene, I just integrate a texture. In Ventuz, a texture can be many different things. So I can just load an image, I can play back a video clip, or I can integrate a live video. So I can see my webcam just on a simple mesh, or in more complex examples, I can use a texture that is like dynamically rendered up here in a different composition, and I have my composition built in the layering system in Ventuz, and I can run it from in my 3D space or my virtual studio or SAR graphics. That's like a very, very, very quick and dirty overview of Ventuz, of the designer. As I said, we can integrate many different 3D assets. We support substance materials, we support skinned meshes, and our own engine can also render pretty nice graphics, but we can also combine our rendered 3D graphics with third-party 3D engines to just get the best result out of the job. Yeah, that's basically it. I hope that was 7 minutes, I'm not sure. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question? Anybody? Yeah, okay. What's your question? Apa tu? Repeat sekali. Virtual camera. Daniel, could you highlight a little bit more on the virtual camera?
On the virtual camera? What do you mean?
Virtual camera.
I mean, we have
any movement of camera?
We have a
virtual
camera. I mean, we have a 3D render engine and we have a virtual camera inside the scene, and that camera, if I connect a tracking system, that camera is then controlled from a tracking camera. I can make that camera a tracked camera. I don't have a tracking system here, but then that virtual camera would be controlled by the tracking system. And I would see that camera moving around, and the Ventuz camera now is also synchronously controlling the Unreal camera. So both 3D worlds just perfectly match together, and I can easily and seamlessly navigate.
So there's no limit to the number of virtual camera that you can add on? A different scene?
No, I can add multiple different cameras, and then I can switch the active camera. So that's a different camera. It's camera 3.
Okay.
It has a very weird position, but I can say that camera is positioned there and it's looking there, and then I can switch between those cameras, right?
Okay.
Or I can morph.
Okay, I'm gonna translate. Okay, jadi dikata yang apa you tengok sekarang ni ialah virtual camera sudah. Okay, setiap virtual camera dia ada tracking sendiri. Okay, jadi kalau you tambah virtual camera, yang mana aktif, dia akan you boleh tengok image dari pandangan itu. Faham saya? Okay, setiap virtual camera yang you aktifkan kena ada tracking. Jadi dia boleh track objek yang ada di kawasan 3D itu. Ya, jadi tak ada masalah untuk ada lebih virtual camera. Ya.
Yeah, it's also possible to interpolate between the position of two cameras, and you can also animate it, so animate the camera positions in the same way we're doing with other elements.
How to say rush? Rushing and doing a demo? Is rushing because no time? Dia cepat kerana tak cukup masa untuk buat yang cantik. Tarik saja. Faham? Okay, thanks. Yeah, Daniel, that's good. All good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
yay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, guys. And if you have any more questions, please ask Luis and people at Empire Bay, and they will forward to us. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so now is the Dinesh, are they out? They're out already, yeah? Okay, so now for 1 hour is the moment of maybe what you have been waiting for, and some of the answers to some of your questions is going to be zero density. Okay, he's going to show you some fantastic things. I suggest you come forward. Come forward, you can see the big screen or in front of the TV. Then you can get more engaged because he's going to show you the studio over there and a lot of technical things as well. So come forward. Yeah? Ali, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, fantastic. You nak persembahan? Oh, tak saya sudah podcast. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zero Density Encik Ali is on the other side in Turkey, Izmir. Izmir, yeah. No, Izmir.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hello.
So,
we can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. Luis, if we are ready, we can get started.
Yeah, they can. You got to go slow and explain. Certain things I will translate. Yeah, if required.
Okay. I will stop and you will translate. Okay. So, hello everyone and welcome. Today we will talk about Visual Studios and we will have a case with teleportation today. So first I will start with a small presentation which I will explain the workflow, the setups. And then afterwards, we will gonna see the Reality Engine live. So let me share my screen so you can see the bigger picture. And let's get started. I hope all you are getting a big screen output so we can get started.
Yep, good.
Welcome back, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about Reality ecosystem. Zero Density is the name of the company, and Reality is our product line. This is our usual agenda, so we will go over the agenda, but we will gonna use Reality ecosystem. We will gonna see live operations. We will gonna see green screen compositing, and we will also gonna see teleportation, which is a unique case. We are using multiple cameras in one composition. So what is basically Reality ecosystem? Reality ecosystem is a combination of software that creates the workflow. Reality App is our control application. It is an HTML5 based application. This is a web-based application, which we are controlling our engines, that mean multiple engines with multiple users. It gives you live operation possibilities, so you are just operating live from a web page. And also it gives you workflow integration, which is, for example, in different broadcast or cinema workflow, there are different type of workflow have been done. For example, if you're a news channel, you probably use an RCS system. So we can do integration with Reality App. If you are using a weather channel, we can get the external data from a third party. Or if you are using a sports channel, we can connect onto your API. Or if you are doing like an e-sport broadcast event, we can also connect with other third parties. So where the system connect and communicate, we are using Reality App. On the left-hand side, we have Reality Editor. Reality Editor is our editor for doing the creative work. So this is Unreal Editor-based system. So it's 99% Unreal Editor. So in here, you can design your Visual Studios, you can design your AR graphics, you can design your overlay graphics, or you can design your XR world and do the shooting. So this is the place where you design it is, and this is Unreal Engine based. On the right-hand side, we have the Reality Engine. Reality Engine is our main software, which handles the video, compositing, rendering, keying in real time, and we will see it in action. Next thing we're gonna see is the image-based keyer. So Reality Keyer is an image-based keyer, works on the GPU, and it is using the tracking for the keying. This is a unique workflow that we have. We will gonna show it live real quick. But in here, you can use HDR, end-to-end HDR. You can use Ultra HD Video I/O. You can use raw data into the key. So this will be the hardware that we're gonna utilize today. Is we're gonna use a broadcast camera. This is our cyclorama, and we're gonna use a crane, which is a mechanically tracked system. So what we are doing is we are getting the video from the camera, and we are getting the real-time tracking data from the crane. And this is the hardware that we're gonna run the system. This is Reality Engine Ampere. This is our machine that runs in real time, and you can see the specifications on the right hand side. So this is my presentation. So let me just give you a full screen, and then we will go over the outputs. So now what you are seeing is a web page. So let's go over this application. So this is Reality Hub. Reality Hub is a web-based control application. This system is a modular system. As you can see, I can close the modules, and I will open one by one, and I also explain what are these. So the first module that I open is the playout module. Playout module is an operation module, operators module, which actually use the templates, create the rundown, and press the buttons. So this is pretty easy. You just drag and drop and create the templates. And whenever you click on the templates, this part is the rundown. And as you can see, this is the details of the rundown. You can get the templates from here or use it from here. So templates, rundown, and the details. How do you run a show? Live show is basically like this. You just press the buttons and you go over the items one by one, and you just run your show. In here, you can, if you don't want to use the web server to run these, you can also use keyboard shortcuts, like in this example. And then you can attach your external keyboard, and you can use your external keyboard. So this is an operator module. This is a very simple module which you can drag and drop, press the buttons, and do your live show. This is another module. This is a newsroom module. This is an integration. This is actually another rundown, as you can see. But in here, rundown items is coming and generated by the third-party system. So this is an NRCS system integration. So I believe this is more news workflow integration. So I'm just skipping this one, and I'm just going into the node graph and actions tab. In here, this is the node graph and actions tab. Basically, what we do here is we connect nodes and create the composition. So as you can see on the first side, it can be, looks like it's intimidating, and it looks like it's complicated just a little, but it's actually not. It's actually intuitive and shows you what happens alongside the signal in real time. On the right-hand side, we have the form builder, which you can create your form. Using the form builder is pretty easy. You can drag and drop. And you can drag and drop any type. Doesn't matter whichever we have. Any type you can drag and drop. I'm just doing it randomly just to show you it is possible. And once you save it, as you can see, this name is the new form 6. And if I go over to playout, and it is here. So this is how you work. Your designer just creates the form for you, and as an operator, you just press the buttons. And this is a system which you can have multiple users on it, so it can be on a different machines and they still work simultaneously. In here, we have the action timeline. Action timeline is basically a timeline which you can create your animations and which you can have a control over the node graph in real time. Even when you create your timeline animations, you can also drag and drop this, and this also become a button, this also become an action, and you can also control your timeline over here. Next tab we're gonna see is the launcher tab. Launcher is basically where we select our project. So in here, this is my engine that I'm running. This is my project that I'm using. And this is the configuration that I'm doing right now. In a multiple camera scenario, like in these examples, you will do this. Right now, as you can see, I am running 6 different engines in the same time. So whenever I hit launch, this will find the 6 different engines, this will find the projects, and this will find our graph, and it will launch it at the same time. This launcher is very useful when you are using multiple cameras and when you are handling with multiple projects. Think of a scenario like that. You own a production house and you are running different shows every day. Maybe in the morning you are running a morning show, in the afternoon you are running a reality show, and at the evening you have the news. So you can create morning show, news, evening show individually, and then you just launch it, and you don't need to do the configuration every time. So this is a very intuitive workflow when you are using the system intensively. So this is a web-based control application. And now we will gonna see the engine output, and we will gonna see the application first. What I'm gonna do here is I would like to switch on the engine output. First, I would like to move my talent's position. That way, I can really do the work. Okay, we can start by zooming in fully, and we can show the reality keyer. So right now you are seeing the reality keyer output. Reality keyer is an image-based keyer, and it is running in real time. So as you can see, this is a clean camera feed, incoming feed from the camera. And this is the output of reality keyer. What we are doing here is, we are doing an image-based keying setup. So we are taking an image, and from that image, we are keying pixel by pixel. This is the result that we achieve. While we are doing it pixel by pixel keying, we are also doing a 3D compositing. What I mean by that is we are actually putting our talent inside the 3D world, and we are doing a 3D compositing. The benefit is you can have depth of field effect. So whenever the cameraman pulls the focus back and forth, actually right now the cameraman pulls the focus and I'm not doing anything, the system automatically focuses the background, the virtual background, and defocuses the real world image, because this is we are doing a 3D composition, and we are also getting the lens data and applying it the correct mathematics. Can you tilt down and show the hands of our talent? Okay, in here what we have is we have some green spill. As you can see in here, inside of the palm of our talents is you can see some green spill. Reality keyer has a built-in spill bypass mechanism which removes the green, keeps the colors, and keeps the shininess. So we are just removing the green and keying the talent. Can you just tilt down once more? So in here you are seeing real-time shadows. So these shadows are actually real shadows that has been generated by our lights in the world. So that way we can also key the shadows in real time. You can zoom out, give us a master shot. So as you can see, this is our composition. And this is the final output that we are getting from the composition. So what I'm going to do next is I would like to go in a picture-in-picture scenario. So that way I can really show it just a little bit better. In a virtual world like this, so this is the weather channel set, and this is an Unreal Engine design set. So the beauty of Reality Engine is we are using Unreal Engine as a renderer, but we are also utilizing the Unreal Engine power to do things. For example, this is a weather channel set, weather channel doing 24/7 live broadcast, weather broadcast. So in a good way, they need to be changing the weather with a click of a button like this. I am just clicking the buttons and the weather is changing in real time. And they are doing all year, so they need seasons like this. And they are based in America, so they are covering a huge environment. So they needed to be changed the environment like this. And in a different environment, different seasons, no problem. So this is the power of the system. This is the power of the Reality Engine. You can change the weather, change the environment, change the whole studio, change the seasons with a click of a button, and it's all running in real time without any performance hitch. But in an ideal scenario, what you want to do is you want to give your operator the ability to change in real time. Let's also get the overcast. Maybe you want them to change the seasons. Maybe winter should be a little bit more white. And fall should have a little bit more brown. And you may also want to change the studio. So let's have this. Maybe I would like to put it on the top. And save it. So this is what I made. I just dragged and dropped the buttons. But now I can call it 05 and save it. Now I have ability to give my operators the usefulness. So my operator can actually, without knowing about all of these nodes, without knowing about all of this technicality, my operator can go and press the buttons and change the environment, change the weather, and change the seasons in real time. So this is the easiness of workflow that we are aiming for. So this is what we are doing as the easiness of operations, ease of use. This is one thing. Another thing is what we are doing in the heart to get that photorealistic output. So let's say this one. So let's have an overcast. And let's see what we have in these nodes to achieve this composition. What I have did is I have loaded a composite cyclorama keyer template. So what I'm going to explain is how we are doing the keying, how we are doing the compositing, and then I will introduce you with a teleportation setup. And we're also going to show how we are adding the secondary camera, how we are running two cameras in one engine and doing one composition. But before that, let's explain the basics. So in here, we are getting the video. We are using Aja. We are using the Aja as the video IO input, and we are getting a quad link. So actually, we are getting an Ultra HD signal into our engines. And what we are having is, we are getting the transform from the camera tracking system. Can we have some movement on our camera, the main camera? As you can see, whenever we have movements, as you can see, this transform value is changing. And whenever we have the camera lens movement, zoom in, zoom out, these values are also changing. So we are getting the video input and we are getting the track data. What we are actually using this data is, before we do the compositing, we are using with the keying. Let me show you that part. So what we did is we measured out our cyclorama, we measured out our world, and we created this cyclorama. Right now I have made my cyclorama very small because it's just a showcase. And what I can do actually is I can make it bigger or smaller. So we made a procedural mesh. This is a procedural mesh. And this mesh is actually a tracked mesh. Can we have some camera movements? As you can see, when in real time we are moving the camera, and this mesh is staying on top over the system. So this is a procedural mesh. what we are doing is we are taking a picture and we are projecting that picture onto this mesh to key our talent. Let me show you that. Can we remove our talent from the cyclorama, the main talent? Now in here, I'm going to delete the information like this. So now the mesh that we have made and rendered doesn't have any knowledge. So what we need to do is we need to take a clean plate and we need to take an image. From that image, we will gonna have the key. So I will just press this button and now I'm doing the keying. It is just that simple. Now, we just take a clean plate and we started our keying. Our keying is in image space. What we are actually doing is we take this photograph and we are subtracting from this photograph to this image. So that way we are keying. So we are subtracting from this image to this image. Whatever remains will be our key. Combined soft matte is a path that we use it for shadow detail, edge detail, hair detail, and translucent object. This is a detail path that we are using. Core matte is the path for opaque objects. In this case, this represents the body of our talent. Shrink matte is a path to fix. Spill matte is a path for just to remove the greens, especially on the talent, especially to spill path. So we are combining soft matte and core matte and spill matte and creating the final matte. So we are actually doing in between levels to get perfect shadows, just to get perfect spill, and just to get perfect uniformity of the talent. And then we combine it and we will gonna have a photorealistic gear. So we are using image-based gear, so we are taking photograph and we are keying pixel by pixel. This is a very different concept than a chroma keying, but it is a very superior concept because the results are much better and setup is much faster, just much easier to make compared to a chroma keying. The only downside is you need to empty your green and take a photograph and put the talents back. This is the only downside that we have in image-based keying. So once we make the image-based keying, and now we will gonna composite our talent. How do we composite our talent is fairly simple. We just put a cube. So this is our way of composition. In the beginning of demonstration, we have showed you how do we make a depth of field pass, and we just zoomed in and zoomed out and make a depth of field pass because we could have done it because we are actually putting our talent inside the 3D world and we are knowing the depth of the studio. We are knowing the depth of the virtual. This is how we make it. So as you can see, I have just put a cube on it. This cube is a dummy cube. This is just for the explaining the concept. And now as you can see, this cube is in front of the red wall. That means that this cube will be rendered in front of the talent. And now if I move the cube behind the red wall, like this, that will mean that this cube now will be rendered behind the talent. I can move the cube without having the red wall. This is the debug mode. And as you can see, now it is in front. Now it is behind of our talent. So that way I can really make the composition and I can really create a 3D composition. So we are not creating the forward render, we are not creating the backward render, we are not keying in between. We are actually putting the talent first inside the 3D world and then rendering as a one single pass. The benefit is this way, this is more performant, and this way is whatever design you have, it automatically sets which is front, which is behind. So this is an automatic process and you don't actually need to worry about the rest. So here, I would like to show you the benefit of having a node-based compositor. So I just do a right click, as you can see. And as you can see, I have a lot of nodes because this is a node-based system. So I can go for a color correction. I am not happy with my world looks. I would like to color correct my world. I can do it. I don't need to go back into the editor to make this color correction. Maybe a little bit less exposure. Maybe a little bit more contrast that I'm aiming for. No, it's too much. Maybe a little bit of gamma. So that way, if I make it like really big, you can really understand it. That way, I can really do a color correction before I go back into the editor and change lights, change everything. I'm happy with that, but I'm not happy with the talent looks. So I can do the color correction onto the talent. So I'm just putting in between. Now I can also do the same. Maybe a little bit more saturation and a little bit more contrast. Now I'm much happy with the overall look, but in the combination that I'm not happy, so I can do the color correction at the end. That way, I can really change the final look. Yeah, this is where I want to be, in. So as you can see, this system is very flexible, and I can just do right click and add the node in betweens, and the output is real time. You always see what you are doing. So this is the beauty of the system. In here, I have monitors. So let's put the single large monitor. As you can see, it gets the SDI inputs. Maybe let's put the triple monitors. And we can remove the cube. As you can see, this video wall monitor can play a video. So let's play a video. And let's hit the play. So as you can see, in the first video wall, we can run an SDI video. Let me just move this aside. In the second video wall, what we have the video is running. But I'm not happy with how it looks, so I can do the color correction. And at the third one. Now, as you can see, now I have a brighter video. You can see the reflection is there. And this is non-color corrected video playback. This is the SDI input live. And this is the color corrected version. I can do this. So this is the workflow that I make. This is the power of node-based compositing. So this is what we can make in this world. So let's do one more thing. Let's do a thing just a little bit more interesting. In the beginning of demonstration, what I have showed you this. Now we have one camera, and this is the camera output, and this is the composition we have. Now I will move my camera, I will move my positioning of my talents world in the world, so I can have a better and different composition. Let's put my talent in here. We can zoom in onto the talent just a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, thank you. Now, what we are having is, our dummies are next to each other. Can we, okay, just keep the camera position there. Let me explain from here. As you can see, this is the camera one. Can we just zoom out all the way and give us a master shot? Yes. As you can see, our dummy is staying here. And our talent is staying here. But in the composition, our dummy are switched the positions and they are in a different positions. So what we are actually doing is, we are doing a teleportation in here. What we have did is, let me show you. This is the camera one. And this is the camera two. What we have did is, we combined two camera image feeds. So we have used two different cameras in the same scenario. The secondary talent can be in a different world. The secondary talent can be in a different environment. That can be on a on-site stadium, that can be on the sports show, that can be in a different studio. So what we are doing is we are combining the two different cameras in the same composition. So we are individually keying this image, and we are individually keying this image, and we are compositing into this world. Can we just give like a head-to-toe shot, a little bit more zoom-in shot? Okay. Okay. Can you guys just replace with the talent? So now we are replacing our talents with the real talent. Now, in this way, you can actually see that now they can have a conversation. This is what can be done with the real talents. So they can look at each other and they can have a conversation. This is a teleportation setup that has been used in main on the sports show. And this is possible in our engine without any problem because we can have multiple inputs, we can have multiple cameras, we can have multiple gears, and we have a node-based 3D depth-based compositing system. That way we can really composite them wherever we want, whichever place we have, so that way we can combine it very easily. If I don't want to show the teleported talent, I can really hide it and I can really put it back. So these are the possibilities that we have. Let me explain the secondary setup. Basically, I just get the camera input. I have just get the tracking. I have another cyclorama. I have another gear. These are all separate. And then I am compositing him inside the billboard. So that way I can really put him and move him wherever I want, and that way they can really have a conversation to each other and we can run a teleportation setup. Okay, we can put back the talents in. We can have a master shot, just zoom out a little bit more. And this is the environment that you can see. So in our engine, there are lots of possibilities. You can do an AR, you can do an XR, you can do overlay graphics, you can do hybrid studios, teleportation, like in this example. So this is just an overview and like a high-level overview to just explain the concepts, what are possible, how is it works in our engine. So if you have any questions, I would like to have your questions for a few minutes.
Hello Ali, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hold on, huh? Anyone, any question?
Yeah. The questions can be about this, or it can be general, like XR kind of workflow as well.
Okay, hold on, Ali. There's one question.
Okay, okay.
Mau tanya untuk tracking sistemnya yang digunakan untuk demo itu dia pakai apa ya, Pak? Yang barusan dipakai itu.
Ali, they're asking what kind of tracking system are we using?
In this example, we are using a mechanical tracking system. So our crane has encoders, and then it creates the tracking value with that. So let me just show you. So this crane has a mechanical tracking system. As you can see in here, you can see the encoders, and this is the tracking system. So in this mechanical systems, you know the positioning, you know the height of your boom, you know the angles, and you just combine it and you just get the tracking data mechanically. This is a very reliable tracking system. If you are a studio and if you are doing a permanent installation for a studio or a crane, this is a very reliable system. We recommend mechanical tracking system, especially for a crane.
What brand is it, Ali? Is there any a point, the one you stick on near the green screen wall?
So the brand is Equipment. This is an Austrian brand. This is an European brand. But there are multiple systems that supports mechanical tracking. The things that you look for when you are getting a mechanical tracking system is first, do they have like their tracking protocol? For example, we are using Zinc protocol, which can send the lens data as well. So we don't need to do any lens calibration when we are using this type of system, because the lens calibration is also done by the tracking system and just gets us through with their protocol. Some system can send the position and you need to do the lens calibration additionally. So these are the differences. But for the engine, for the software, it is not different than an optical based system like MOSIS or Stipe. So actually for the engine doesn't know if it's mechanical or if it's an optical system. It just gets the data and do the render. But for the physical setup, you can use MOSIS, you can use Stipe, or you can use a mechanical tracking systems like this. We have support for most of the tracking systems in the market.
Ali, can you introduce your equipment, the amperes, the other equipment that's involved? What are you using to do?
Right now, yeah. From this demonstration, we have used a camera from Canon. This is N700. This is a new PTZ camera. It just comes as a loan, and now we have a lens calibration with this camera as well. Before that, we were using UE150 from Panasonic, and we are also working with Sony BRZ X1000. These are like PTZ cameras that we are using it. This is the camera that we are using. This is a Grass Valley LDX86 series of camera. This is a broadcast camera, ENG camera. We mostly work with broadcast cameras, but you can also use PTZ cameras, you can use cinema cameras. This is what we have used today. We have a Canon lens on top of it. For the hardware that we are running the system in, we are using actually the Reality Engine Ampere. This is on the rack, the first one on the top that we are using for demonstration. Reality Engine Ampere is the system. This is actually this is a hardware to run the software. Because when you are using a specially purpose-built system, you want to have a purpose-built hardware. Because in the hardware, in the broadcast environment, you want your hardware to run 24/7, and you want to run your hardware reliably. So you don't want any frame drops. You don't want any interruption on your live broadcast. So this is a hardware that we made in-house in mind to have a 24/7 live operation, and you can find the details on our website and documentation page. You can just Google it zero density, but you can use docs.zerodensity.tv to have more knowledge about the system. And also we have actually our engine, the software that I'm used today is free. You can go ahead and check the academy.zerodensity.tv and you can just go and follow the courses, and you can also download the community edition, which will give you the watermarked output, but actually you can have the full features, so you can also try it by yourselves as well.
Do you have the Traxis to show?
Yes, we also have the Traxis. Traxis is our talent tracking system. This is which is installed here. Do you want me to just go like a 10 minutes rundown on Traxis as well?
Yeah, sure. Do we have time?
Okay. Yeah.
Until what time?
I believe we have like 7 minutes, I believe, so I can.
7. Okay, go ahead.
Do a rundown on Traxis as well.
So Traxis ni ialah just 1 second, let me translate ya. Traxis ni ialah tracking system zero density yang you nampak dalam presentation saya tadi, yang AI punya ya. Dia nak tunjuk ini cara dia rig atas ceiling. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So first, let me share my screen.
Ali, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Betul? Okay, go on, Ali.
Okay. So now what you are seeing is the Traxis UI. So let's first start with the engine output. You can remove the talent and you can go in.
Itu cyclorama yang betul ya, yang real cyclorama yang dia tunjuk tadi. Dia punya studio ya.
Yeah, this is the new cyclorama. So as you can see in here is now we have a talent, and this talent is now running inside the ray trace set. So you can walk around freely. You can check out the reflections onto the talent because these reflections are ray traced and real time, and these reflections follows the talent without any problem because we are tracking the position of the talent. We have a talent tracking system. So this is the Traxis where it's done his magic. Traxis is actually a talent tracking system. The difference between the solutions on the market is Traxis is an image-based, AI-based talent tracking system. So it uses AI to track the talent position. So it doesn't use any marker or any hardware attached to on our talent. So we don't use anything, attaching anything to our talent to track the position of our talent. So when you have the good real position of your talent, there is benefits. You can really have a good composition, like in this case with the reflections on the ground. But if you know the talent position, you can do more. As you can see, talent walks around, and this positioning actually, this system actually follows, this spotlight actually follows the talent position because we know the talent position as well. Can you just also go over there to trigger the video walls? And as we know the position of the video walls, and we know the position of the talent. Talent can go over the one side of your studio to trigger the video walls, and we can attach a trigger onto the talent as well. So this is what we can do. If I change the color of the talent, you can stand still. If I change the color of the image, it will change the image. And as you can see, if I change it to the white, you can see the shadows behind the talent in real time. And this shadows is also casting over the Traxis logo behind it. Can you switch the talent with yourself? What I would like to show here is, now the cameraman goes over the camera, runs the production. Just handle the camera. What I would like to show you here is, we can actually, with a click of a button, we can fly out. Let me just do it like this. In the right-hand side, this is the output of the camera. In the left-hand side, this is the output of the engine. This output doesn't work. Okay. That's fine. So in the system, what we are doing is we are doing a hybrid fly cam. I can move it out like this. Let me just put a transition button. But actually, I am inside this world. So let me open the fly. Not this one, let's open the other one. I just get the transition button in between. And I can fly back. The good thing is, the cameraman still uses the camera and moves the camera in real time in combination with the talent. So that way, we can really run the show like this. So this is what we can do with Traxxas. This is what we can do as a fly cam. This is another example of fly cam. And this is the output that we are having it. So if I would like to show you this, can you just remove the talent and go in? And this is the UI of Traxxas.
Ini mata camera.
As you can
tracker.
And as you can see, when the talent goes in, it starts tracking the talent, and you can see the tracking is always running in real time. You can see the output in real time, even if it just turns back on you, even if it's not looking the camera, the system is still tracking the body, because this is an AI-based system, so AI is always working to track the position of the talent. So we are combining the talent position, and we are compositing him in the correct way, so that way we can have photorealistic reflections, ray tracing, fly cam, possible things with Traxxas. So these are the additional things that we can add to have a much better composition. Okay, thank you. We can move on. So this is an example of Traxxas and what's possible with the talent tracking camera system. Any questions or anything that?
Ada apa-apa lagi? Silakan. Hold on, there's a question.
Okay.
For now, Ali, he asked how many talents can track at one time.
For now, this is it tracks one talent at a time. But actually now we are testing the multiple talent system. So actually very soon we will release multiple talent tracking from the one single device. After NAB, you know, NAB is a very big show at held on Las Vegas in the next month. I believe after NAB we will release the multiple talent tracking system, because we are planning to showcase it there.
Yeah.
Actually, next month it will track multiple talents.
Yeah. Jadi buat sekarang ni ada satu talent saja dia akan track, tapi mereka bulan depan ada expo di USA. Jadi mereka akan release yang multiple tracking for multiple person. Sudah dah ready dah. Nak beli tak? Okay, that was good. One more question.
Hello. I saw on your screen before there is a API connector for weather data. what others
Yes.
API connector comes pre-built with Zero Density? Thank you.
So it comes pre-built with, we can get the JSON response. We have JSON, so we can get the JSON response directly with a web. You can connect to a database, you can connect to a CSV file, Excel file automatically. We have REST API built in, so you can use the REST API. And we also have an open source, on the GitHub, we also have an open source module setup, so you can create your own application, own tab, like Node Graph Launcher, Playout. We also give you the ability to make your own tab, which you can use JavaScript or C++ or C# to build your own app. So this system is very flexible on the API level, getting the data and sending the data or just combining with multiple systems. But if you don't want to write any code, you can use the JSON implementation. You can just get the data from the web page and fill the data fields from the Node form builder. You just give the keys in and it will fill it automatically.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Ali. I really appreciate your time. Any other last question? Okay. Silakan. One more question. Apa tu? Praxis? Frustum ialah, can you explain a little bit about a frustum? Because they referred to the website and they want to know what frustum is.
Yeah. Frustum is a new device that we are working on. We also wanted to showcase at NAB this year. Frustum is a collaboration with OptiTrack, so we are using OptiTrack to find the location of our camera, and we have our code and implementation for lens calibration and creating the tracking data for the final output. So this will be a device, a tracking system device made by Zero Density alongside with OptiTrack. So we are actually working on our camera tracking system, and we will be showcasing at NAB this year. So this is a camera tracking device.
Can we, is Traxis comparable with, to other softwares?
Yes, Traxis sends the tracking data as a 3D protocol, so any system can input 3D protocol, it's compatible.
Okay, good. Okay, they like the answer. Okay, good. Thanks so much, Ali. Really appreciate it. See you in Vegas in April.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a nice day, nice show.
Okay,
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you Venus team and Zero Density team for the demonstration. Oke, sebelum kita masuk ke demonstrasi terakhir lagi, kita ada sesi short game yang akan dimoderatori oleh Bapak Suranta. Kepada Bapak Suranta Brahmana dipersilahkan.
Cek, cek. Ayo kita main game dulu, kan udah banyak yang dipelajari gitu kan. Ya berbagai platform, ya kan sampai tadi itu zero density. Sekarang kita coba main game aja, ya. Oke, bisa di ini. Iya tampilin. Karena mereka itu mau lihat key-nya gitu. Jadi masuk ke Kahoot.it. Kahoot.it. Harus tampil ke ini, Mas. Sebentar ya. Karena ternyata saya punya laptop ini mungkin high end ini. Kalau dibandingkan dengan laptop yang ada di sini, laptop saya itu nggak ada apa-apanya ternyata begitu, ya kan? Atau kalau bisa dari kamera aja Mas, biar ini. Oh. Hah? Ya, sebentar. Kira-kira sambil menunggu ini apakah Louis, there is a suggestion before Louis. Yeah, so there is a question when the XR summit will be conducted. And I reply to the guys who asked me that the XR summit will be conducted by the October of this year. Am I right? Right. So and then the question is, where is the place? I said to the guys that the place, where do you want the place? Yeah, so the place is, there's a nice place to run like a summit, you know. That's we call Pacific Palace. Yeah, Pacific Place is a nice building, a nice place, you know, and the room is huge enough to run the XR summit. So I have informed already, right? Yeah, so hopefully that on October we will see you.
So we will be here a few more times to check on where's the best place to be. Because what happens during the summit is we need a room for workshops, we need a room for conference, and then also another location like this. And what will happen is we will set up a studio. Okay, with LED screen and then green screen. Okay, so the team will bring the whole system down. It's like whatever is happening in Kuala Lumpur from September 28th to 30th, we wrap up, pack up, ship down to Jakarta, and then have the show here. So it's a big show. All the manufacturers here, we hope to bring them down. Yeah. So we will start the marketing very soon. Maybe after June, after Broadcast Asia in Singapore.
Yeah, so mean that you will join the Broadcast Asia in Singapore. Communication, broadcast or communication? Broadcast. Yeah, so if any of the gentlemen or ladies visited the Broadcast Asia, you could visit the zero density and Ya, kok mati? Ya, ini udah masuk tadi. Ada Jane, ada Twin. Oke, ayo. Ya kita apa saja gitu, jok-jok gitu kan, ya nggak akan berat itu gitu kan, nggak ada itu kita tanya itu apanya coding, nggak data flow diagram, nggak akan kita tanya begitu, ya, 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 oh player limit, oh iya. Wah, ternyata player limit, tapi ya oke kita, berarti ini saya out of date my application, Ya udah run saja mas, ya berarti nanti yang 3 ini yang dapat ini, udah start. Ya. Ya, the show must go. Udah start aja mas. Nggak bisa lagi. Ternyata game saya start, enggak di atas itu. Ya untuk suaranya ya. Biasanya ada suaranya kalau Kahoot itu, ya start mas. Ya di atas tuh. Player limit means that I have to pay the license. I forgot to pay the license actually. Yeah, but the guys who have registered will be get okay, so kepanjangan PFN apa gitu kan? Tonjok aja siapa tadi yang sudah ikut tadi itu? No. You have to use your gadget, but probably okay, benar. Okay, next mas. Yes, unfortunately, I forgot to upgrade my license, Yeah. Okay, next. Next yang paling, ya. Ya, next lagi. Kok nggak ada yang tadi tuh, kantor pusat broadcast elemen, di mana gitu kan? Di mana? Ya, Kuala Lumpur, ya gitu. Tadi enak sih sebenarnya gamenya nih kalau apa gitu kan. Oke, next. Oh ada twin yang menang itu. Yang tidak termasuk produk BE. Yang mana yang tidak termasuk itu? Oke. Internet of Things. Yang lain itu produknya broadcast elemen semua itu begitu. Ya. Oke, next. Ini kalau apa nama? Kita selalu bermain di gratisan itu ya begini gitu. Oke, next mas. Yang tidak didemokan pada XR event ini adalah yang mana yang tidak didemokan? Oracle. So everybody in here follow, the process from morning until the evening, Yeah. Okay, next. Pemenangnya itu semua. Oke, peran dan fungsi PFN dalam memajukan industri perfilman. Apa tadi yang tadi awal-awal kita, oke. Film financing, ya, jadi itu. Oke, next mas. Oke, proses pasca produksi film. Yang mana itu? Pasca produksi. Film editing, ya. Nanti kita lihat, oke, benar semua ini. Berarti orang film ini semua yang masuk itu. Oke, next. Ya, yang tidak termasuk partner dalam XR event, yang tidak termasuk. Sony, nggak ada di situ kan? Ada ini bukan. Oke, next. Nama Direktur Utama PFN. Ya, Dwi Herianto. Oke. Next, Mas. Luis Clovis adalah founder dari yang mana itu? Oke, BA Malaysia. Ya. Oke. Yang terakhir. Apa tulisan pada t-shirt Mas David? Yang Hah? This is the, ini kan, sorry Mas. Ya, possible with asymmetry. Oke. Ya, itu gamenya, tapi sayang sekali ya, nggak bisa semua ikut. Tadi yang, oke, next. Yang juara tadi itu. Coba next saja. Oke, Kim. Kemudian Jen. Dan satu lagi Twin. Ada orangnya semua kan? Oke, so 3 prizes. Go on to MC, right? Yeah, for the lucky drawing, lucky draw. There is a lucky draw. Who knows that someone will get the ticket to Vegas? Yeah. Okay, so Dila, you should hold the mic. Yeah. Yeah. What is inside of your bag for the lucky draw? Is it a ticket to Vegas? Oh, we have to ask Mr. Lewis. What did you should answer?
Okay, so we of course the goodie bag whatever is in there is a secret lah, you know. So if you're lucky, then you get something different. If you're not lucky, then you get the same thing that everybody got today. So we also don't know. We anggarkan saja ambil. So, but which one are we giving for the lucky draw? How many lucky draw? 5 lucky draw? Okay. So, no, I give you to 6 lucky draws. Okay, very good. So, we took all your names. Okay, so we took all your names and put your names inside there. So, once Pak Surata picks it out, that'll be the winner. Okay, if you're not here today, then it's forfeited. One at a time. One at a time. Okay. Please read the name.
Twin Valentino. Huh? So where is the bride? Hey, sorry. Okay. And you see? All.
He has already.
Oh.
They give another.
Oh, big. Ya. Oke. Ya, wah Agni Aryatama. Yeah, it's not available. In the morning, he was available in here. But, yeah. Oh, yeah. Catur Mahendra. Okay. So, here. And, wah ini langsung dapat 2 ini. Mana ini? Hah? Minta 1 lah. Yeah. And or maybe you draw later, right? Yeah. Simpson Hareva. Okay. Ini apa kata Dila gitu, bukan saya ngambil gitu Pak ya. Jadi ini Pak. Terima kasih ya. Okay, so you can draw by yourself, Luis. Yeah. Udah. Sabila. Ya, udah balik. Dia. Oh, that's the guy. Yeah. Ya, ayo foto sambil foto sini Dian. Ya. You know how tall he is? Yeah, he is 180, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. That's it. William, where are you, William? Should be downstairs. William? Huh? Oh, the guy is in his office downstairs. The Ventuz. So what? We call 3 times, right? Yeah, William. 1. William. 2. Will. Live. Gak ada? Oke. Ya, next. PT Jangkar, Jangkla. Okay, there's the guy. Yeah. Okay, sini Pak. Yeah. Yeah, you give it to him. Ya, kita foto bersama dulu. Ya. Okay, the last one. Asep. Already go home? Okay. Rory. Oh, Rory, where are you, Rory? Rory. Yeah. Yeah, go. Last. Yeah, okay. Good, yeah. Haris Julkarnain. Oh yeah. Haris, you are so lucky, my friend. Yeah, you are the last one. So you, yeah. Yeah.
Yang tadi dalam ambil gambar itu,
Oh, yang belum ngambil gambar, ayo Pak. Yang belum, oh iya ini ganteng banget ini. Udah semua dapat gambar kan? Oke, sudah. Ya. So, MC again. Ya.
Baik, karena tadi kita sudah sesi short game dan lucky draw, kita lanjut aja nih ke demo terakhir. Nah, the last demo will be demonstration from anti-latency team about anti-latency, Illumetry, VR, AR, and tracking. That as well be held by virtual, so the operator team please show it. So the last demonstration will be held by 10 minutes, starting from now. Thank you.
want to take some break, take it.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting system.
dedicated to the virtual production use of it. Later on, I'm planning to tell you in brief how the system works and how it's been integrated in our brand new exhaust screen Illumetry product. Afterwards, my colleague Pavel will show you a live demo of the exhaust screen Illumetry.
On the CNC platform. Alt is an IMU-based tracker. We use optics for an initial guess and real-time IMU correction. Such an approach provides a high resistance to occlusion. Every tracker gets its position relative to an infrared layout. Thanks to the active markers, the tracking system works stably under different lighting conditions, from completely dark to sunlit rooms. The tracking area is very easy to scale for custom shapes and sizes. It's installed like a simple puzzle. Our system is multi-user by its nature. Each alt tracks its position independently, so you can use hundreds of them in one room. Install your own tracking zone in no more than 30 minutes and never think about support and calibration. Occlusion resistance helps in scenarios when you're surrounded by moving people. You can enlarge the tracking area with low-cost markers, so this approach is very cost-effective. High speed and high accuracy combined with a large area provides freedom and allows you to move fast and even run in VR. There is an infinite number of use cases for a general-purpose tracking solution. Instead of making a form factor suitable to everything, we designed a modular device. The sockets provide connectivity and adapt the device for specific applications. You can track your head, hands, objects, and even your whole body thanks to the HMD socket, tag, and bracer. The sockets can be combined into a radio network using a high-speed radio connection with a response time 7 times faster than Bluetooth. Developers have access to our SDK with plugins for Unity, Unreal, and a native C++ API. Windows, Android, and even Linux platforms like Raspberry Pi are supported. We believe your imagination is unlimited, and the range of applications for fast and accurate positioning systems is much wider than VR, and it's difficult for a single company to cover all possible cases. So we made the design of the sockets open for developers. The open design allows embedding positional tracking in smart industry applications, in professional sport analytics, and even to track autonomous vehicles, robots, and drones. Available now on antilatency.com.
Hi, in this video, we will show you how to use the anti-latency tracking system for virtual production. First, we need to assemble the tracking area, either on the floor or ceiling. Infrared markers allow the tracker to determine its position. Then we select the appropriate configuration for the tracking area in the Environment tab of the Anti-Latency service. Next, we place the tracker on the camera. You can connect the tracker to the computer via a wired USB socket. For wireless configuration, place the tag on the camera and use the HMD radio socket connected to the computer as an access point. When done, connected devices are displayed in the Device Network tab. Now, we close the Anti-Latency service and go to the folder where we downloaded the Anti-Latency SDK. Here, we select the plugin version corresponding to the Unreal Engine version we are using. Then, we install it as an engine plugin. In the next step, we enable the display of the engine and plugin content in the content browser. When done, the anti-latency tracking folder becomes available. Then, we create a new game mode, or if the existing game mode allows you to, change the default pawn to BP_alt_simple_pawn. For the alt tracker component in BP_alt_simple_pawn, you can set the placement relative to the optical center of the lens and the extrapolation time. Finally, we need to drag two blueprints, BP_alt_environment and BP_device manager into our scene. That's all. The system is ready to go. Enjoy the process of filming.
So guys, what do you think about it? Hello?
Yes, Pavel?
Yeah, what do you think about the watched videos?
Guys, what do you guys think about the product? Any question, anyone? Hold on.
Yeah, everyone is muted. Please unmute your microphones. Louis, Hamid?
Hold on.
Yeah. Ini.
Oke, aku bahasa Indonesia aja ya Pak ya. Oke, tadi ada penjelasan demo dari implementasi teknologi yang diterapkan dan dia gunain plane tracker. Dari aku ya, pemahaman aku ya, dia gunain plane tracker kayak gitu. Plane tracker, ya surface tracker, and then dia memiliki banyak poin-poin titik poin sebagai trackernya. Ini bisa di-combine nggak? Bisa di-combine antara body tracker yang tadi dipasangkan di gelang sama surface trackernya itu ada bisa di-combine apa enggak? Terus yang kedua, selain menggunakan platform Unity, yang lain bisa enggak? Misal kita bisa terapin di platform SDK yang lain selain Unity, kayak gitu. The second yang di display tadi gunain Unity, SB Editor program Unity, bisa gunain yang lain atau enggak? Is possible for use another platform?
Unreal Engine atau?
Oh ya.
Ya boleh. Dia
It's okay.
Raspberry Unreal Engine semua boleh.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, nanti saya ask the first question. Okay, so Igor, the first Pavel, the first question is basically they want to know more about how the surface tracking works with the sensors on the hand or on the body and things like that. So they want some more descriptive information or something that you can show or explain further. But you try to talk a little bit slower because sometimes I have to translate. Thanks.
First of all, I would like to send here in the chat several brief presentations of the virtual reality and virtual production use cases for the anti-latency. So you can download it preferably during the meeting because the chat normally disappears, and spread it between their participants. Just give me a couple of seconds. I'm going to do that first and then answer your question, which is quite good and the right one. Give me a sec.
Okay, dia akan download untuk kita presentasi pasal mengenai soalan tu. Lepas tu dia akan explain juga sekali sekarang ni di tengah download untuk kita. Lepas tu yang email yang
the presentations are.
Go ahead.
The presentation is already in the chat, so you can download it and then send to everyone in the audience. The second thing, the answer to your question is the following. The system uses the inside-out sensor fusion approach. So the main tracking device is the one that you put on the track target. If it's, no matter it is a person, a body part, object, or anything else. The tracker, this little device with the optical sensor in it, has the IMU units inside that collect up to 2,000 inertial measurements per second, which are auto-corrected by the optical data. And the optical data is gathered by the optical sensor with a 240 degrees field of view length, which orientates in the space according to the unique pattern of these active infrared reference points spread along the space. So it can be the floor layout, it can be or ceiling. The truss as a variation of the rooftop solution is also available. So this is how they interact. They don't exchange any tracking data between each other. So the optical sensor sees the active infrared dots either on the floor or on the ceiling, understands its position in the space, and auto-corrects the inertial data collected inside of the tracker.
Okay,
So
just
that's
hold
what
on.
we call sensor fusion. We combine inertial and optical data.
Okay, just hold on. Let me translate that. Okay, jadi apa dia yang dikata tu, dia ada macam strip besi atau plastik yang ada tracking sensor tu. Selalunya you can letak atas lantai, lepas tu diliputi oleh dia punya material kan, ataupun letak atas ceiling. Okay, ada dua jenis. Tapi yang ceiling tu jenis yang lain. Dia rupa macam yang cup, macam cup bulat, yang bulat. Okay, dan tengah-tengah itu ada sensor. Sensor itu kena power. Okay, setiap sensor kena power. Jadi dia diletak merata tempat, tapi kita kena buat lubang ikut graf dia. Lepas tu kita kena daisy chain dia punya sistem tu kepada dia punya power supply. Power supply kena stable. Okay, seperti di atas, berikut di bawah juga, tapi kita kapitkan dia sensor. Lepas tu you pakai sensor yang device tu yang ALT kan. So dia akan berhubung dengan tracker yang ada di bawah lantai, bawah kapet tu, the markers. Okay, you boleh letak atas kamera, you boleh letak tangan atau apa-apa, mikrofon pun boleh. Kalau you bergerak, dia akan track mana you bergerak. Kalau you pakai apa tu, VR lens macam tu, dia akan track mana you berada sambil you tengok apa dalam. Double effect. Macam tu. Faham tak? Okay. Tak. Dia steady saja. Saya pernah, kita sudah install di satu universiti di Kuala Lumpur. Dia memang cakap precise juga. Tapi harga dia pun murah daripada yang jenama lain semua. Tapi dia physical lah. Dia punya tracker button. Yang lain tu pakai stiker. Yang ini pakai sensor. Any other question?
Latency.
Dia real time. Tak ada latency. Nama dia dah anti latency, jadi tak ada latency. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that answers the question, Igor. So, you're about to go to the next stage to explain further or demonstrate something else?
Pretty much regarding interlatency, everything is over. So if you don't have any more questions, one thing I would like to comment that we have embedded this tracking technology in our brand new XR screens. Pavel will show and tell more about this product, but exactly the precision and the stability of the tracking system makes us outstanding in comparison with our competitors, as it's really precise, really stable, and even when you make sudden movements, like a quick turn of your head position and so on, the 3D content will stay very stable, juicy in regard to the colors and so on, and will be perceived as if it's real. Could you please spotlight the Illumetry window where it's demoed for everyone, so it's widescreen?
Okay.
Hello?
Can you share that on your side?
Yeah, yes, the picture is already shared, but it's small. Not everyone can really notice it. Could you please press the three dots menu in the corner of the...
Okay, he'll go full screen.
Spotlight for everyone.
Okay, got it.
No, you made full screen. Pavel, could you please explain how they can...
You please join the iPhone camera with Art Tracker. It's the name of the user with the active phone. I guess
and
you can
just
see the
for everyone, so it's white.
hydraulic turbine here at the moment.
Pin, tolong pin. No, pin which one again, Igor? Okay.
Yeah, the one with the image of the Illumetry screen.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
got
this
it.
one.
Okay, got it. Tengok demo ini. Ini lagi satu produk daripada mereka dipanggil Illumetry. Screen ni ada tracking. Screen ni ada tracker di sebelah sini semua. Yang dot sini semua tracker. Okay? Ini untuk modeling, untuk simulation, untuk education boleh pakai ni. Okay? Over to you, Igor. Go ahead.
Yeah, and now I would like to give a word to Pavel for him to demonstrate the Illumetry screen, all of its capabilities. I've told you everything I wanted about the anti-latency technology and explained why it's kind of a key factor that makes our XR screens better than the others. And its functionality and business potential will be shared by Pavel. Pavel, please.
Hello everyone. As Igor said, and it's true, the XR screens our XR screen powered with the anti-latency tracking system. The viewing is done through the active shutter glasses, which are equipped with a tiny art tracker. As you can see, the tracker itself and the tracker installed in the shutter glasses. Now I'm switched the tracking to my iPhone camera to allow you to see the motion parallax feature of the display. It allows us to feel the virtual hologram in front of us like it was a real object from any side. And as you can see, there is no latency in rendering or distortion in geometry, even if I make a really sudden move. The technology is great for student engagement. It's a great solution for K-12 education, which allows students to leave back their phones and inspire by new projects, by new topics. As the books nowadays could no longer inspire people as they did the previous way. At the moment we have a content for K-12 education containing several topics: chemistry, biology...
I'm sorry, Pavel, for having interrupted you. It seems to me that the image of the Illumetry hasn't been widescreen. Because I can see your name now in the screen. Is it what you're seeing, guys?
Screen for us. It's white screen for us.
Yeah. Now it's widescreen. Can you press the button spotlight for everyone, or make Pavel host of myself, host or co-host, so I can do it myself? Because when Pavel talks, it seems like it's not widescreen, no? Hello?
Yeah, it's already widescreen.
Even if someone else talks, right? Just to make sure.
Okay, it's good to go.
Okay, all right, please continue, Pavel.
Yeah. I have a solution for K-12 education which contains more than 500 3D objects for different subjects like math, chemistry, biology, and so on. And, and also a new product with experiments in physics, biology, and chemistry provided by our content partner, Leopold. It could be very important also to use the screens in the medical education. Let me show you our solution. This is the content made by our partner Walker. And to be able for students to interact with the content in a natural way, we create a stylus, the same tracker, alt tracker, to allow to place objects anywhere on the screen or bring them closer or see from any side we want. First, this audience will be supported with the description and the links to the scientific articles in a full version which would be released within a few months. At the moment you see the digestive system of the human body, and we can also not only use a laser as a way to interact with the content, we can adjust some or add some tool directly to the Illumetry stylus. To create a fully immersive user experience. As you can see, for example, now I can use this a mirror, and for doing like a medical checkup of this jaw, I can switch to a different tool, let's say hook. Oh, and as you can see, there is no latency in tracking. From my side, it feels like a real tool comes directly from a stylus. And a little bit more details regarding the technology. We use active shutter glasses technology to create a stereoscopic image. This glasses contains a liquid crystal layer that could be opaque when voltage applied, otherwise being transparent, and it allows us to close shutter when demonstrating picture for left eye and vice versa. And
Okay,
finally, in our brain, it creates an illusion of a 3D object in front of us. Of course, I cannot demonstrate this.
Pavel,
yeah.
could you hold that glass again? How you held it just now? Held it up, turn it around. Just hold it there. Hold it like that. I'm going to translate. Okay? Just hold it for a while.
Sure.
Okay. Jadi apa dia dikata ialah glass ini ialah 3D scopic glass. Okay, bila you pakai tengok apa-apa dalam monitor ini, okay, you boleh nampak 3D dah. Dari mata yang biasa tu, kalau you tengok ini, dia macam double vision. Okay, faham tak? Okay. Sekarang ni kamera yang tengok view ini, this view ini datang terus dari kamera. Itu sebab you nampak dia okay. Okay, kalau sebenarnya kena pakai glasses ni macam cedik sikit, dia ada wiring semua dalam sini, ikut kepada sana. Jadi dia track semua. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. And I can show you how it looks like from a side when people stay nearby the user. So so now you see how projection could be changed according to the viewer position. And that happens only for people who stay nearby. For the user, the illusion of 3D object in front of him stay same from any side, so he can, the user can see any details from any side he wants. Like I can do switching tracking to iPhone camera and switching screen to mono mode while we demonstrate only the, let's say, left eye pictures. The technology could also be used in creating of 3D models. We have an application that have been released the beta version half a month ago, and we are going to release it completely very soon. That's a shape lab where you can use our stylus to interact with the 3D content by creating new objects. Let me switch to monomode once again. Let's put some models already done. Yeah, for example, this one. So using a stylus, you can change the form, color, or create from the round tool, using different spheres, different tools, change the form, or even change the color. Let's see. Paint, change the color, and you can change the color of this model directly. You can change the size, roughness, metalness, emission, and so on. And we can do it directly in a stereoscopic mode. Really important creating 3D objects like that. It could not be only education, it's also for entertainment as well. So we can play ping pong in a new dimension, in a deep space with the robots. And we can just connect the rocket to the stylus. Yeah, we can start the game. Completely new experience that haven't been released before. Other option how we can use our technology is design of interior or exterior or some planning of pedestrian environment. We can use our stylus to grab objects, to rotate them, and as there is no limit of amount of styluses in front of the screen, we can use the second one to cut the object, to change the color, or something else. It's everything based on the content itself. Let me demonstrate how the room could look like in this dimension inside the screen. Great stable illusion of headphone right on your desk. And the screen itself, it's 24-inch, the display, and it's packed in stylish aluminum body as a stylus as well. So it's a really premium solution for any applications, medical training or vocational training. Please let me know if you have any question. I couldn't be more
Any question?
specific regarding the available application or the
question?
technology itself.
Yeah, I'm asking them right now. Ada sesiapa? Any question? Yeah. No effect. You just wear it over it.
Thanks for your time.
You wear the, yeah, you just wear double glass. Your original glass and then this glass. No effect. What do you think? Interesting? This one can do a lot of application in education, science, you know, even property. Many samples in terms of healthcare, doctors. You know.
I can also add that the platform is content developer friendly.
The display is, this monitor is 24 inches. No, one size only. One size only. For now, hopefully, you know, this is the first product, so it's fixed size for now. Are there any more questions? No? Okay, Pavel, thanks very much.
Thanks for your time also, and I would like to add that the platform is content friendly. We already have an SDK for Unity engine, and we are working now on Unreal Engine support. And as the whole technology made by our team from scratch, so we can also support the proprietary engines made with C++ or C#.
C++, yeah, Raspberry, Unreal Engine, Unity. All right, great. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you have any questions, you can email us.
Thanks so much.
All right, have a good day.
Yeah, you
everyone.
too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okey, setakat itu saja untuk hari ini, tuan-tuan, puan-puan. Saya pulangkan balik kepada Pak Surata.
Aplaus dulu sama kita semua begitu ya. Jadi kita masih lengkap di sini dan sebentar lagi kita akan closing. Silakan MC ya, karena udah ada Bu Chandra. Jadi Bu Chandra ini tadi pagi dia kemarin ya, nggak usah lagi dipakai maskernya Bu, biar dilihat itu wajah ibu gitu. Jadi ibu ini dulu cover magazine, cover girl itu namanya. Ya, dan juga apa namanya announcer di TV dan punya pengalaman. Silakan Bu, MC dulu gitu ya, jangan nanti saya ambil tugas MC pula ini gitu. Ya, ini MC lah.
Thank you for Latency team from the demonstration.
Ya, baik Bapak Ibu, tidak terasa kita sudah berada di penghujung acara, di mana penghujung acara kali ini akan ada closing atau penutupan dari Ibu Direktur Produksi Perum PFN kepada Ibu Sujiati Eka Chandrasari. Kami persilahkan.
Selamat sore untuk teman-teman semua. Terima kasih untuk kehadirannya di acara ini. For Pak Louis, it's excellent. Apalagi yang terakhir, because I'm biologist, so begitu melihat, wah bisa begitu ya. Jadi waktu pas saya kuliah belum ada gitu. Seandainya ada pada saat kuliah itu pasti membantu saya gitu. Oke, yang di belakang udah bilang, iya ya biologis kok ada di audiovisual gitu. Oke, terima kasih sekali lagi. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa collaborate lebih jauh lagi. Tapi ini workshop yang excellent sekali, Pak. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa berjodoh untuk di berikutnya dan di next Oktober or November. Oktober kita bisa bergabung lagi untuk bisa melihat yang lebih besar lagi. Saya rasa sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih untuk teman-teman semua. Mudah-mudahan workshop kali ini bisa bermanfaat dan saya merasa ini walaupun saya datangnya jump in gitu, ini merupakan sesuatu hal yang beyond my expectation gitu, kira-kira seperti itu. Sekali lagi terima kasih dan mudah-mudahan ini bermanfaat untuk kita semua. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Untuk closing statement mungkin akan ditutup oleh Mr. Louis. Mr. Louis, silakan.
So I wanna thank everybody, especially Ibu and Pak Dwi for actually giving us the opportunity, and of course coordinating with Pak Suranta for this opportunity of doing this collaboration with all of y'all. We are very keen to help develop the industry over here. If you give us a chance, and what we have here to show is we want to bring XR and virtual production, bring down the cost so that we make it available for everybody. Okay, so everybody can shoot. You know, like Asia say, everybody now can fly. You know, now everybody can do virtual production. Sorry. So something like that. You know, so it is not expensive, so don't get the wrong impression. The right product, the right tool will get, you can still do wonders and do magic, you know, with film production and production. With that, I want to also thank David Alex and his team for doing a fantastic job in setting up all this. I want to thank my team, thank to the MCs who did a fantastic job. Thank you to all of you who actually attended, and I hope you are happy with what you had to offer, and I hope to do my best again the next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Louis and MC. Yeah, things we go to the stage to take photo together. Silakan.
Demikianlah Bapak, Ibu, dan saudari-saudari, acara yang kita selenggarakan kali ini telah berakhir. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh pihak yang telah bersedia membantu pelaksanaan kegiatan XR Festival tahun 2023 agar berlangsung dengan lancar.
Kami juga memohon kesediaan Bapak atau Ibu untuk memaafkan sekiranya ada kekurangan selama persiapan maupun pelaksanaan kegiatan ini. Semoga kegiatan ini dapat bermanfaat bagi kita semua dan semoga kita bisa bertemu lagi di suatu saat nanti dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Saya Eva Nur Hafiah dan Salsabila dan rekan saya
Jessica Tania Putri
selaku Master of Ceremony pada acara hari ini pamit undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik Bapak Ibu, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk